Good morning, everyone. We will now call to order the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, April 7th. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Certainly. Supervisor Kennedy.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond.
Here.
Vice Chair Hume.
Here.
Supervisor Cerna, absent today. Chair Rodriguez.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, will the clerk please read the Metro statement and any meeting announcements?
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is live and recorded with closed captioning. It is cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast and DirecTV UVerse cable systems. It is also live streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting replays Friday, April 10th at 6 o'clock p.m. on Metro Cable Channel 14. Once posted, the recording of this meeting can be viewed on demand at youtube.com/MetroCable14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one comment per agenda off-agenda item. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted while making your comment. Comments made by the public during Board of Supervisors meetings may include information that could be inaccurate or misleading, particularly concerning topics related to public health, voter registration, and elections. The County of Sacramento does not endorse or validate the accuracy of public statements made during these open public forums. The recordings are shared to provide transparency and access to the proceedings of public meetings. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each agenda off-agenda item and direct the clerk to call the name of each speaker. When the clerk calls your name, please come to the podium and make your comment. If a speaker is unavailable to make the comment prior to closing of public comments, the speaker waives their request to speak and the clerk will file the speaker request form in the record. The clerk will manage the timer and allow each speaker 2 minutes to make a comment. Off-agenda public comments will take place for a maximum of 30 minutes. The remainder of the agenda comments will take place at the conclusion of the timed matters in the afternoon. As a reminder, Rule of Procedure 10B allows the chair to establish uniform time limits for people addressing the board in relation to a particular matter. Such limits may be announced at the beginning of each matter posted on the agenda and can include setting specific amounts of time devoted to public comment for a particular item, announcing cutoff times for receipt of request to speak forms, reducing the amount of time per speaker, or other reasonable and content-neutral measures. You may send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding in the meeting procedures. And as for announcements, we will be requesting a vote to continue item number 8 to the next meeting. That is the approved leadership transition and appointment of interim executive director for the in-house supportive services public authority, and also to drop number 39, which is the resolutions of necessity authorizing eminent domain actions to acquire real property for 3 properties listed. And we will need votes for those.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hume, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please address the flag. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to continue to the next meeting, number 8, and drop item number 36?
39.
39?
Yes.
39, okay. Okay,
Second.
okay, please vote.
Oh,
Oh, and then I have Supervisor Kennedy that would like to speak.
yeah, I don't have a problem with it. Just, is there a brief explanation as to 39? Yeah.
Item number 39, Supervisor, we were able to resolve all three of those items, so we don't need you to take action. So thank you.
There's your explanation. Thank you.
And that item passes with all members present 4-0.
Okay, would the clerk please call the next item?
The first item on our agenda today is Service Award recognizing Shannon Graham for 25 years of service.
Good morning.
Good morning. Give me just a moment, sorry. Good morning, supervisors, and to all members of the general public present today. My name is Nick Pulaski, and I'm a Human Services Supervisor at the Sacramento County Veteran Services Office. Shannon Graham is a Veterans Claim Representative in that office. I'm here to honor her today. She reaches an important career milestone. It gives me great pleasure to recognize her 25 years of service to Sacramento County. Shannon, your years of dedicated service stand as a testament to your commitment, professionalism, and work ethic. Over the years, you've made a meaningful impact through your knowledge, reliability, and the positive example you set for others. This milestone is not just a celebration of time, but of the excellence in your continued service to our community. Thank you for allowing me to be a small part of your journey in public service, and here's to as many more years as you wish to give. Shannon, this is for you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Shannon, would you like to share a little bit about the past 25 years? only if you're comfortable.
I'm not a public speaker, but thank you. It's been a journey. It's awesome being a part of this team, and I look forward to at least 10 more years.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, you know, Shannon, it is always a pleasure to congratulate someone on when they've spent that many years with the county. I think it says a lot about people that stay with the county as an employer. So thank you for all that you've done. All right, next item, please.
And the next item on our agenda, number 2, is presentation of resolution recognizing April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month and Child Safety Forward Champion of Prevention.
Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry. Good morning. Good morning, supervisors, county partners, and community members. Thank you for having us here today, and thank you truly for your ongoing commitment to child abuse prevention. Not just in April, which we recognize nationally as Child Abuse Prevention Month, but every day. Prevention is a daily practice. Your support makes this possible. My name is Janae Eustace. I'm the president and CEO of the Child Abuse Prevention Center. Here with me today is Camille Bailey, our chief program officer who joined our team early last year. We are both incredibly honored to present one of Sacramento's proud partners in prevention. We are incredibly honored to represent one of Sacramento's proud partners in prevention through community-driven action, collective impact, and unwavering belief that every child deserves to grow up safe, supported, and thriving. Together, we are here in this moment of transition, a new chapter of leadership at the CAP Center and a new chapter of leadership across Sacramento's child and family serving systems. There's so much rich history to honor and just as much opportunity to leverage as we look ahead. The CAP Center is committed to remaining a trusted partner as we navigate through these transitions together. Our commitment shows up across the continuum of services that we provide. From our direct services like Safe Sleep Baby, Black Infant Health, and the Birth and Beyond Collaborative of Family Resource Centers, to our capacity building and training offerings that prepare mandated reporters to train service providers across the county and the state in best practice and evidence-based tools. To our local initiatives that bring experts and leaders together around common tables like the Child Safety Forward Prevention Cabinet and the county's Child Death Review Team. We are thankful to offer a spectrum of prevention across Sacramento and beyond, which meets families and providers where they are, where their resources are needed, and their information is needed. And just like our partners, DCFAS, they're focused on action, clarity, and efficiency. We are ensuring integrated systems, streamlining processes, and high standards of quality across every aspect of our work, because that's what families, providers, and our county deserves. Data has always guided Sacramento's prevention efforts. We saw this in the launch of the Blue Ribbon Commission, leading to the Black Child Legacy Campaign, which used CDRT data to illuminate disparities and unify partnerships around the urgent work of eliminating African American and Black child deaths. And we continue to use this data to measure our progress towards that shared goal. Today, we want to highlight data that emerged through last year's Birth and Beyond evaluation conducted by ASR. But first, I want to shout out our partners in the room, our amazing Birth and Beyond partners, many of whom are here: Folsom Cordova Community Partnership, La Familia Counseling Center, Mutual Assistance Network, River Oak, and Sacramento's Children's Home and WellSpace Health. The evaluation by ASR provided and proved again that home visitation through Birth and Beyond is preventing families' involvement and re-entry and re-referral to CPS. In fact, even families with a substantiated CPS allegation in 6 months prior to being referred to CPS to B&B, Birth and Beyond, who then received 8 hours or more of Birth and Beyond home visitation, had 0 maltreatment recurrence. That's huge. That means that county partners with Birth and Beyond, the county partnership with Birth Beyond is working. It's saving dollars by keeping families out of county systems at a nearly 4-to-1 return on investment. It's saving child welfare's capacity to serve families who truly need their intensive intervention. It's saving families from unnecessary trauma of investigations. And above all, it's saving lives. Over just the last 10 years, there has been a continual reduction of Sacramento's children in foster care by over 50%. From 1,991 in 2015 to just 866 in 2025. That has not just happened by chance. It's happened by choice. During the same 10-year period, Birth and Beyond provided services to 196,292 families. Safe Sleep Baby and our trained Cribs for Kids partners educated over 4,500 caregivers and distributed over 2,600 cribs. We are grateful to be a part of this county's choice and the leadership that you all bring. To prioritize supporting families outside of formal system involvement, to prioritize community-based services, and to prioritize prevention. And now I'll pass to Camille, who will share our thoughts moving forward.
Thank you, Janae.
Thank you, Janae, and good morning, supervisors, county partners, and community members. As Janae just reflected, this county has so much to be proud of. We lead several statewide initiatives, so we get a front row seat to other counties and how they're doing. And we repeatedly see Sacramento is leading the field, and we are honored to be part of that. And as we look ahead, there is new work at our feet. One major shift of this next chapter is the upcoming implementation of the Family First Prevention Services Community Pathways, and with it, the shift from mandated reporting to community supporting. Together, this is a transformational step for child abuse prevention, centering resources and support before a family is in crisis, facing separation, or other long-term impacts. However, we know that these shifts will bring more referrals to prevention partners like Birth and Beyond. More than the 90% of current CPS referrals that are already rerouted to community providers. Through community pathways and mandated supporting, we anticipate not just an increase in numbers of families, but an increase in the acuity of need. To prepare, Birth and Beyond is taking several steps. First, we're designing a new risk assessment tool to better assess and prioritize families. This ensures that resources are directed to the highest need families and that public investment yields measurable prevention outcomes. Second, we are leveraging evidence-based practices like parents as teachers and motivational interviewing to maximize Title IV-E prevention dollars. We're also exploring our eligibility for CalAIM. Can we bill for enhanced care management or community health workers and reinvest those funds into our programming, staffing, and infrastructure? And fourth, the CAP Center has also put forth key state legislation, SB 557 and AB 2441, which respectively align federal and state FRC definitions and create a pilot funding stream for FRCs across California. We are turning over every stone to sustain these vital programs. Despite repeated funding cuts and the loss of AmeriCorps last year, leading to reduced staffing and infrastructure, Birth and Beyond has maintained intensive prevention services while serving families with increasing stress and complexity and need. Birth and Beyond continues to do more with less, but continued cuts risk reversing our collective hard-earned progress. We must protect and strengthen the prevention continuum that is working in Sacramento County. As we enter another period of budget cuts, funding uncertainty, and many unknowns, we want to be clear. The CAP Center is committed to transparency, partnership, and leveraging the full continuum of support that we offer. We're not approaching this moment with fear. We're approaching it with collaboration and innovation. We're excited to lean deeper with our RAACD programming. We're eager to strengthen relationships with the community incubator leads and to ensure Sacramento families have real options. Because as you all know, serving families is not a one-size-fits-all. It requires a both-and approach, multiple pathways, multiple supports, and a shared commitment to prevention. So today we invite you, our supervisors, our county leaders, and our community partners to join us in this next chapter. Join us by continuing to invest in prevention. Join us by keeping prevention programs whole and ready to meet this moment. And join us by leaning into transparency, collaboration, and community-driven solutions, because that is what Sacramento families deserve. Speaking of joining us, we would like to invite our Prevention Cabinet Community Ambassador, Jose Junior Goris, to come and present this year's Champion for Prevention Award. Junior?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
The Child Safety Forward Prevention Cabinet is proud to present this annual Champion for Prevention Award and honor the legacy of Dr. Steve Wirtz. As many here know, Dr. Wirtz had a long career as a developmental psychologist, public health research scientist, and community advocate. He was a dedicated member of the Child Safety Forward Sacramento Prevention Cabinet, advocating for strategic investments and effective programming to improve the health and well-being of Sacramento County's children and families. This award honors his inspirational leadership for recognizing a champion dedicated to child abuse and neglect prevention, who demonstrates the attributes of excellence modeled by Dr. Wirtz. Those attributes are advocacy, allyship, compassion, being a visionary, leveraging data to action, and being a carrier of hope. I'm honored to announce that this year's honoree is Karen Parker. So I just want to read real quick her nomination, as she's so impactful. For more than 36 years, Karen Parker has been a steadfast champion for children and families in Sacramento County, embodying the vision, compassion, and advocacy that defines the legacy of Dr. Steve Wirtz. Karen's leadership has transformed Sacramento County's children's welfare system through innovation and prevention. A true visionary, she helped design and implement landmark initiatives such as differential response, family to family, and early assignment, shaping California's broader prevention landscape as led for the comprehensive prevention plan. Karen advanced groundbreaking strategies such as addressing concrete needs and guaranteeing income, translating data to action to strengthen family stability and reduce system involvement. Her advocacy extends beyond systems change. As founder of the county's LGBTQ+ caucus, Karen was an early ally ensuring equity and inclusion for LGBTQ youth and staff long before such efforts were commonplace. She has served on the Prevention Cabinet, guided FFPSA alignment, and mentored countless emerging social workers through UC Davis and CSU Sacramento, embodying the role of a carrier of hope for the next generation. Grounded in compassion and equity, Karen's career exemplifies principled leadership, courage, and relentless dedication to improving the well-being of families and children in our county. Her impact continues to shape Sacramento County's prevention and safety systems, making her a deserving recipient for Dr. Steve Ward's Champion of Prevention Award. Congratulations, Karen.
Congratulations, Karen.
Good morning.
Morning.
This was a surprise. So I don't know if you guys know, but I retired in September, and so this was a kind of a humbling surprise to receive. I worked alongside Dr. Wirtz a couple opportunities in my career, and I don't know if you guys knew him well or at all, but I kind of perceived him as a numbers data guy because he would always bring that in. But most recently, before he passed, I also learned what a humanitarian he was. He cared very deeply for families and equity. So for me to receive this, it's very humbling in his name, and I really appreciate that. But I have to say I didn't do it alone. 36 years, I had a lot of people around me. Most recently, our leadership really took a gamble on some ideas that my team came up with. You all were probably involved too. Guaranteed income was a little bit of a dicey deal, but as I'm hearing, families are really benefiting from that. And I think for me, over my entire career, that's really what drove all of this. So if folks have benefited from that, then that's the true reward. This is nice, though, because a lot of times stuff we do goes unseen. So this is definitely very appreciated by everybody. And a lot of the partners are in the room today, the Prevention Cabinet, Birth and Beyond, Janae, the team, Melissa, our CPS team, Shelby. Couldn't have done it without all those folks. So it really goes out to everybody. But again, appreciate it. And glad to have my kiddo here so she can see a little bit of what Mom did all those years.
That's awesome. Don't
Thank
leave,
you.
Karen. Don't leave. Karen, wait, come back. Supervisor Kennedy?
Yes, Karen, over here. Can't see my lips, sorry. I did know Dr. Wirtz quite well. He was a constituent of mine, and if the words that come to mind, and I'm going to edit this for television purposes and the youth that are in the audience, he was a pain in the neck. And he was never shy to send me some very pointed emails after meetings. Excuse me. And but we need pains in the neck. We need the John Lewises of the world making good trouble. We need people like Dr. Wirtz, and we need people like you, Karen. So thank you very much. Never stop speaking up and for your community and for all that you do. So thank you.
Karen? I also just want to say that I appreciate the work that you do, and I also appreciate the innovation that drew some amazing programs. So thank you for all your work. Okay, thank you. Do you want? All right, next item, please.
The next item on our agenda is number 3, presentation of resolution recognizing the 50th anniversary of Child Action.
'50th anniversary, that's a long time.
That is.
I don't know if it was planned this way or coincidental, but we should never normalize child abuse. But one of the major stressors that happen in homes, particularly in lower income homes, is when they don't have access to child care, when they don't have access to the entitlement programs that can help them run their household, when they don't have access to the services, that aren't good providers in the neighborhood. And so Child Action has been stepping into that space, helping families get connected, helping providers get stood up and get certified and get all the things that they need to do, helping convene those who have to those who need, and filling those gaps. And, when you talk about getting upstream and you talk about prevention, I think providing a home that runs well because people's needs are met is probably one of the best things you can do. And so Mr. Mack and Mr. Johnson that's here in the audience, they are gentlemen in every aspect. Every time I see them, they are presenting themselves professionally and with a smile on their face, and I know that the work that they do is not easy, and the things that they probably have to realize, the shortfalls that still exist and will probably continue to exist, that they're able to step in and at least help bridge those gaps. And so I thank you for the work that you do, and I hope Child Action isn't needed for another 50 years, but if they are, that someone's around doing it. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hume. I truly appreciate those compliments and those words. It's really appreciated. And thank you, County Supervisors, for this recognition. 50 years ago, Child Action was created by some revolutionary women. They believed that it was okay for women to go into the workforce, and that if they were going to do that, their families need to be taken care of. So they designed a organization and a system to support those families, which has been steadfast in our support and our collaboration with the county and our cities around our entire county. And so we have been around for 50 years, and it's a wonderful achievement, and I appreciate the recognition of this achievement. We just hope the work that we do will continue. We're about collaborating with those who care about our families and our community, and we will continue to do that, and we hope to do that for another 50 years because it is valuable and it's important to develop a system of care that works for our families to ensure that our children have a safe and nurturing environment and that we're putting people into the workforce. And so with that, thank you very much for this recognition. We appreciate it. And we do plan to be around for another 50 years. So thank you.
Adonai's got amazing sock game too. Just so if you ever get a chance, check it out.
All right, next item, please.
Our final presentation this morning is item 4, presentation of resolution recognizing April 2026 as National Donate Life Month.
Hi, how are you? Good. Good morning. I'm Rosario. Nice to meet you, Kelvin. All right. Well, they can come on up if you want. All right. Very good. Hi. Thank you for bringing this important item to the forefront. I want to share a little bit about the resolution about National Donate Life Month. More than 100,000 Americans and over 19,000 Californians are currently on the National Transplant Waiting List, and nearly 80% are people of color. Another person is added to the waiting list every 8 minutes. And on average, 17 people die each day waiting for a life-saving organ transplant. The most effective way to address this health crisis is to educate and to encourage citizens to commit to the following actions. Register your decision to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor in the National Donate Life Registry. Sierra Donor Services serves at the center of a dynamic, interconnected system that involves donor families, local hospitals, and transplant centers to the across Northern California. In 2025, Sierra Donor Services made 422 organ transplant possibles thanks to the selfless generosity of 170 Northern California organ donors. A total of 855 tissue donors, including muscular, skeleton, and heart valve donors, contributing to life-saving and improving lives. Sierra Eye Bank transplanted 1,239 corneas, restoring sight to many people. So the leadership of Sacramento County feels that the cause of saving and healing lives through organ, eye, and tissue donation is of such immediate and worthwhile importance. Therefore, Let it be resolved that on the 7th day of April, that the Board of Supervisors in Sacramento County does hereby recognize April 2026 as National Donate Life Month. So, thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much, Sacramento County Board of Supervisors and general public. Thank you so much for having us and for issuing this proclamation in honor of National Donate Life Month. A little bit about who we are. We are Sierra Donor Services. We're your local nonprofit organ donation organization serving nearly 3 million people across 13 counties in Northern California and Nevada. So what exactly is the need? Over 100,000 people across the nation right now are waiting for a life-saving transplant, and nearly 20,000 of them are right here in our very own state of California. Unfortunately, we have to go to bed knowing that about 17 people die each and every single day, and another person is added onto that waiting list. My father, 14 years ago, was diagnosed with end-stage liver disease and was unfortunately placed on that waiting list. And I remember going to all of his doctor appointments, his ICU admissions, his ED visits, and it was a very, very dark, challenging time for my family and I. And so I never want a family to be a victim of that experience. The work that we're doing right now, in just 2 years, we were able to increase our local donor registry by 3%, which represents the incredible work that Sacramento County is doing to help heal and save lives. And I want you guys to remember that just one donor, just like you or I, can save up to 8 lives through organ donation and help heal the lives of 75 more through tissue donation. So I want to thank you so much for issuing this proclamation in honor of National Donate Life Month. And I would also like to invite the Charles family to share a little bit about their powerful story about their son.
I'm truly honored to be here today. Thank you very much for honoring our organization, Sierra Donor Services, for what they do. My son Joe was a young police officer for Sacramento for only 5 months, and while making an arrest, he collapsed and he died of a brain aneurysm. But the only good thing that came out of the whole thing is our son Joe was able to save 4 lives. And I thank Sierra and I thank you guys for honoring my son and honoring our organization. So thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Good morning. My name is Mike Colin. I'm Communications Director for Sierra Donor Services. I just really wanted to take a second and thank Sacramento County. 2.5 years ago, when we decided we really need to step up our actions to try to encourage everyone in our service area to consider registration, Sacramento County, of the 13 counties that we serve, you were the first county to step up and say yes and allow us access to your listserv and to your website and to get a message out to Sacramento and Sacramento County employees. And by Sacramento County being the largest of the 13, that really helped us to secure some of those other counties and support from the other 12 of the counties. So I just personally wanted to take a second. I was thinking as I was listening to my colleague Kelvin speak and remembering back 2.5 years ago, and when we got that yes from Sacramento County, it really helped infuse our efforts and really drove us forward. And that's what's led to a lot of that 3% increase throughout Northern California. So thank you, Sacramento County. You guys can hold it, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, next item, please.
Next item on our agenda is number 5, public comments relating to matters not on the posted agenda. And we do have several speakers signed up. First in the queue is Rochelle Hill. Please approach the lectern, and you will have 2 minutes to address the supervisors.
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name is Rochelle Hill, and I live in District 2. I'm a graduate of the Community Health Improvement Plan program, where I worked on the mental health project as part of a group called Mind the Gap. I chose to focus on mental health because I wanted to better understand the differences between how youth today experience mental health compared to adults in my generation. As a parent of 2 teenagers, it's important to me to listen, learn, and better support the challenges the young people are facing today. Our group included 2 high school students and 3 adults, all from different backgrounds. This mix of perspectives allowed for honest conversations, and the youth helped validate and give insight into what adults are observing in today's generation. It created a space for mutual learning and understanding. Through this project, I learned that mental health challenges among youth are both complex and deeply influenced by today's societal environment. I also learned how important it is to create safe spaces where young people feel heard and supported, and where adults are willing to listen without judgment. My hope is to continue building awareness around mental health in our community among both adults and teens. By working together, we can better understand these challenges and develop meaningful solutions. I also encourage continued funding for the CHIP program for community organizing efforts like this program, because they bring people together and empower us to support one another. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rochelle.
And our next speaker is Jessica Perkins.
Good morning, supervisors, community leaders in our community. My name is Jessica Perkins. I'm a parent leader who lives in District 2. I'm a graduate of the Community Health and Action Program, which is the CHIP program. And I worked on the housing project because I'm someone who has lived the reality of homelessness. For over 15 years, my life has included periods of instability. And today, despite all my effort, I face a very real possibility of becoming homeless again. So when we talk about homelessness, please understand this is not just policy to me. This is personal. In Sacramento County, more than 6,600 people are experiencing homelessness on any given night. Just a few years ago, that number exceeded 9,000. While that shows some progress, thousands are still without stable shelter. Behind every number is a story like mine. Homelessness is not simply a personal failure. It's often the result of loss, rising costs, and limited access to support. I know this because I've lived it. What helped me, even temporarily, was access to resources, programs, guidance, and people who believe I deserve stability. That's why funding matters. Funding means prevention. It helps families before they fall into crisis. It provides access to housing, job training, health support, and real pathways to independence. I'm asking you to see the people behind the numbers, to invest in the solutions that work, to act with urgency and compassion, because homelessness is not inevitable, it's preventable. And with your leadership, Sacramento can be a place that don't just survive, but finally can have a place to live. Thank you.
Thank you for your story, Jessica.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Scott Kingston.
Good morning, Scott.
Good morning. Chair Rodriguez and members of the board, good morning. My name is Scott Kingston, and for context, I've spent 20 years focused on Sacramento's urban real estate and revitalization. Last time I was here, however, I received the Outstanding Citizen of the Year award, and I'm hoping that you may bestow upon me an even greater honor, Most Outspoken Citizen of the Year award. Kidding, of course, but this morning I'm here on behalf of the Sacramento Regional Business Leaders Council. Our board represents business leaders across the region who are committed to a safe and economically vibrant Sacramento. So first, I'd like to touch on SHRA. SHRA requires joint governance, and there should be one public meeting. Elected officials from the city and county must meet together, not separately. And only through joint sessions can you effectively collaborate, set shared priorities, and govern this critical agency. We urge you to make this change a priority. Next, continuum of care and Sacramento steps forward. Despite hundreds of millions of dollars in funding, Our region faces persistent encampments, human suffering, and impacts on commerce and public safety. Their funding isn't tied to outcomes. Their funding motivates perpetual existence. If we had elected oversight that tied homeless funding to rehabilitation, sobriety, and job placement, there would be very different outcomes that are immediately visible. And finally, how is the county implementing SB 43 on gravely disabled individuals, Laura's Law, Care Court, and conservatorship? These tools exist to help people with severe mental illness and addiction issues who cannot care for themselves. Our homeless community deserves more. What would we do if our family member was on the streets? Whatever that answer is should be our position with any individual in such condition on the streets. We look to the board for utilization rates, outcomes, and any barriers preventing use of these laws. And we believe that the county can become a leader in this and an exceptional example of what a county should be in California. Thank you.
One moment, Scott. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Scott, since we're off agenda right now, can't have a back and forth with you, but I hope you're going to stick around because items 40 and 41, we're going to be specifically talking probably about a lot of those things that you just mentioned. And also, Supervisor Hume and I had a meeting with you the other day, and I'm looking at our county exec. Hopefully you'll be setting up a meeting to meet with region business very soon to discuss some of these issues, I think in more detail and probably a more candid, intimate setting.
Absolutely, Supervisor. I met with John at one time a couple of weeks ago, and we'll set up some time to meet with him again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
And our last speaker is Jason Alvear.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. Is there a button? Who's doing this? This is amazing. I love it. I love it so much. I was hoping it was like a person doing it, not a robot, just really scanning us, looking at our height. Hello, my name is Jason Alvear. I'm California American Water's Northern Division External Affairs Lead. I can be reached at jason.alvear@amwater.com, 916-291-1195, or by mail at 4701 Beloit Drive in Sacramento, California, 95838. I'm here today to provide a brief overview of our Emergency Response Plan, or ERP. We welcome ongoing coordination with city and county staff, and if you would like additional information or a deeper discussion about any component of the plan, please don't hesitate to contact me. The ERP outlines how we protect, operate, and restore service in our water and wastewater systems during an emergency. It covers critical system components, reporting and notification procedures, security protocols, response actions, and the use of standardized emergency management systems, or SEMS, within the Incident Command System framework. The priorities of the ERP are to first protect human life, followed by protecting the environment, property, and maintenance of essential water and wastewater system operations. While we hope these plans are rarely needed, our responsibility is to be fully prepared. In the event of an emergency, this plan ensures we can respond effectively and maintain or restore service, including providing backup water supplies when necessary. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to present this overview. We value our partnership with community, and California American Water remains committed to ensuring the safety and resilience of our water systems. We appreciate the opportunity to share this information with you this evening or today, and are happy to meet with your team and review in more detail. Just some Sac County stats. We serve over 200,000 customers in Sacramento County. Our service areas include Arden, Fruit Ridge, Lincoln Oaks, Suburban Rosemont, Security Park, Antelope, Parkway, Walnut Grove, and Alton. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next item, please.
All right.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. Supervisor Kennedy?
Thank you. Jason, please reach out to my office. Let's set up a meeting and talk about this.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, next item, please.
Next item on our agenda are the consent items. Those are items 6 through 36, and I do have a quick notes. First, as a reminder, we continued item number 8, and then also for item number 27, that is adopt an amendment to the fireworks ordinance to increase penalties. We did waive the full reading and continued this item from March 24th, 2026, where it was item number 4. And those are all the notes I have on consent.
All right, Supervisor Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to read into the record number 25.
25. 25 is the authority to execute a revenue agreement with the State of California Department of Public Health Sexually Transmitted Disease Control Branch in the amount of $3,470,135 for the term beginning July 1st, 2026 through July 30th, 2031 for sexually transmitted disease prevention and control activities.
Thank you, Clerk. I just want to thank Siobhan and Dr. Cassirier and Tim Lutz for your continued efforts in this area. This is an area of public health that is really completely avoidable, more than most. But it takes education and it takes perseverance. And where we're not where we were in 1980 with the AIDS crisis, but we're still not where we should be as a society. In Sacramento County, we have higher rates of certain STDs that if we just take our foot off the pedal, it's not going to get better. So I really appreciate the fact that we continue to prioritize this and make this a public health issue that it needs to be on the front burner. So thank you very much.
No? Okay. No, are there any requests to speak?
Oh, right. There are, nope, no requests to speak on any of the consent items.
All right. All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Consent calendar passes 4-0 with all members present.
All right, next item, please.
Next item on our agenda is the morning timed items. First up is 37, in which the board will be acting as the Board of Supervisors and the Housing Authority of the County of Sacramento. It is the Shiloh Arms Project conducting a Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act TEFRA hearing.
Good morning, Christine Weichert, SHRA.
Good morning, Christine.
Good morning. Staff is requesting approval of loan and bond documents associated with the Shiloh Arms Apartments. Tax credits have recently been awarded to this project, and in August 2024, the Board of Supervisors approved a $2.12 million home loan commitment and mortgage revenue bond issuance. Shiloh Arms is an existing multifamily affordable housing development with 106 studio, 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units. Rents range from 30 to 60% of area median income, and the development receives project-based vouchers directly from HUD. Substantial rehabilitation will include improvements to both the interior and exterior, along with the landscaping. The project features amenities such as play structure, a classroom, laundry facilities, and community room. Temporary relocation will be provided to residents at a nearby extended stay while work is underway. The developer is Oric Affordable Housing, who will be providing property management, and 20 hours of resident services will be included, including after school and other programming. In closing, staff is requesting approval of the loan and bond documents associated with Shiloh Arms, and it's available to answer any questions you may have.
All right, there's no one in the queue. Are there any requests to speak on this item?
None.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Thank you, Christine.
Passes 4-0. Next item on the agenda is number 38, approval to amend and execute the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program, PLHA, and the Home Investment Partnership Home Loan Commitment to provide an additional $4.8 million.
Hello again, Christine Weichert, SHRA. Staff is requesting approval to commit an additional $4.8 million comprised of home and permanent local housing allocation funds to the San Juan Apartments Phase 2. The project is new construction and located on Stockton Boulevard near Fruit Ridge. The 70 studio and 1 bedroom unit development will serve seniors earning 30 to 60% of area median income. The project will include amenities such as a community room and laundry facilities. In addition, the project was awarded 39 project-based vouchers for formerly homeless individuals. In April 2025, the Board of Supervisors committed $6.9 million to the project, along with approval of a disposition and development agreement for the SHRA-owned land. Mutual Housing applied for $21 million from the state's multifamily housing program but was not successful. Mutual reconstructed the financing to replace the $21 million with additional tax credits, loan proceeds, a developer loan, and requested an additional $4.8 million from SHRA. Mutual Housing Management will be the property manager, and residents and supportive services will be provided by Mutual and Lutheran Social Services. Mutual is on track to complete Phase 1 of San Juan this April. But in closing, staff is requesting approval to commit an additional $4.8 million loan to the San Juan Apartments Phase 2, and we're available to answer any questions you may have.
All right, no questions in the queue. And I do see one request to speak on this item.
Correct. Our first speaker would be Louis Kim.
Do you have a question? Good morning, Lois.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Lois Kim, and I'm with Mutual Housing California. Thank you to the county and to SHRA for your continued partnerships to San Juan Apartments Phases 1 and 2. Your support today is critical to bringing 70 new, high-quality, affordable homes, along with on-site supportive services, to seniors in our community who need stable housing the most. These homes will provide not just shelter, but dignity, stability, and connection for older adults who are increasingly at risk of displacement in today's housing market. We want to extend a special thank you to Supervisor Patrick Kennedy and his staff for their leadership and ongoing commitment to expanding affordable housing opportunities in the county. Partnerships like this make these developments possible. As Christine mentioned, we're also excited to share that San Juan 1, the neighboring 113-unit family community, will finish construction at the end of this month. Together, these two phases represent nearly 200 affordable homes that will serve families and seniors across generations. We hope you'll join us at San Juan 1's grand opening this summer, and we look forward to celebrating the groundbreaking of San Juan 2 hopefully later this year. Thank you again for your continued commitment to ensuring that everyone in our community has a safe and affordable place to call home, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Lois. All right, Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Lois, for reading my statement so well. I just want to take a moment because, we toss grenades at a lot of programs, a lot of processes, a lot of procedures, a lot of policies and so forth, as we're all trying to be on the same page when it comes to homelessness and affordable housing, the two which are inextricably combined. But we don't enough celebrate when something like this happens. This is private sector, this is public sector, SHRA, City of Sacramento, County of Sacramento, even Mogavero Design, Mutual Housing, you name it. It took all of these entities, and really, Christine, you have had a laser-light focus on this from the beginning to make this happen. It was a heavy lift, and so I just didn't want to let just go by without commenting that this is showing that government can work and can work with the private sector and can put together a project that's so many moving parts, so complicated, and it's going to house people that otherwise would be on the streets. So thank you to you and all your staff.
All right. Okay. All right, please vote.
That item passes 4-0 with Supervisor Cerna absent.
All right, next item, please.
All right, the next item on our agenda is number 40. We dropped 39 previously. Number 40 is the semi-annual homeless report.
Good morning.
Good morning, Emily.
Good morning, Chair Rodriguez, members of the board. Emily Halkin, your Director of the Department of Homeless Services and Housing. And I'm here today with Dr. Quist and our partners in Department of Health Services to provide our semi-annual update on the work that we're doing to prevent and end homelessness. And while we are going to present separately, I do want to underscore that this is a very collaborative partnership. And even some of the numbers that I present and Ryan presents are a little bit difficult to disentangle because, as you are very well aware, somebody very well may occupy a space in a shelter program that my department runs and simultaneously be enrolled enrolled in treatment services by Department of Health Services. So we'll try our best to point out where some of those overlaps lie, but please feel free to ask either of us questions as we dive into this. So I want to start just with a little bit of context. We're going to take a little bit of a 30,000-foot view today, take a little bit more time. Typically, we focus on the last 6 months, but we want to take a little bit of look back. So I want to start with a little bit of context, specifically around access to housing. You've already heard a little bit about this in a few comments today. We know that the access to affordable housing is central to the work that we're doing to both prevent homelessness and also rapidly end homelessness. And while I know the point-in-time count certainly has its flaws, it does provide us with some trend data on homelessness in Sacramento County. And if you hold aside that the blip in time during the COVID year of 2022, you all know that the overall count of folks experiencing homelessness has been on a rise basically since 2015. And almost more concerning is the proportion of folks that we count who are living unsheltered versus sheltered continues to rise. Another interesting study that happened in 2023 by the Benioff Research Initiative out of UCSF found that the median income immediately before somebody finds themselves to be entering homelessness is well below even the federal poverty level. So while we do know, and I don't want to forget that there's many other contributing factors to what leads somebody into homelessness and what eventually will help them rise out of homelessness, we do know that access to both income and affordable housing is really, really critical to the work that we do here. One of the most sobering things that I always like to share is the highlighted in blue here. The National Low-Income Housing Coalition does this really great data research every year where they look at national data at the metropolitan statistical area level about differences in wages earned and average rent. And as you can see in Sacramento County, if you're a minimum wage earner, which currently is $16.50 an hour, to afford the typical one-bedroom apartment, you need to work 83 hours a week. Obviously, that is not attainable, and this really sort of points to the imbalance that we're working at. So again, I don't want to suggest that we want to limit our efforts just on housing production and affordability as we seek to prevent and end homelessness. Both Ryan and I will be going in to touch other significant challenges that we see in the homeless population, some of the things that you all bring up to us quite a bit, and talk about how we're working to both focus on housing outcomes, but also expansion of supportive services, treatment capacity, income and educational attainment in all the various programs that we oversee.
Quick question on that one, Emily. So we know the PIT count. I actually have never met anybody who has confidence in the information from the PIT count. Have we ever done a comparison to information coming from Medi-Cal or general assistance or other programs that serve individuals who are homeless to do a comparison of what is the actual number of individuals who are unsheltered versus the number to the PIT count?
I have not seen something like that. I think you'd probably find flaws there as well because, for example, I believe, and Siobhan can correct me, but folks who report homelessness for benefit acquisition, for example, for CalWorks, it's self-reported, but also it encompasses folks like couch surfing and stuff. So you point out a really big challenge here, which is no matter what method you have, there's inherent flaws. We do have better and more robust data within the HMIS, or the Homeless Management Information System, that Sacramento Steps Forward collects and manages for us. It gives us more real-time access, so versus having to wait every 2 years or soon every 1 year because we're moving to a one-year PIT. But it is a challenging population to count, in part by design, and in part because it's very transitory.
But the HMIS also has its flaws. If there's an individual who was homeless, after 3 months of no contact, that individual falls off. And so it skews the number, I guess, as well.
Yes, certainly. There is lots of challenges with this data.
So I have another question on the numbers. So from 22 to 24, we saw a reduction of 2,663 people. Mm-hmm. And but yet shelter beds from 2019 to 22 increased by 944. From 22 to 24, it looks like it only increased by 57 shelter beds. With that reduction, where did those 2,663 people go from 22 to 24?
Yeah,
What does analysis or data show us?
Yeah, I think that 22 is a really hard year, and I believe Trent Simmons is here from SSF who could give you a much more deep dive into it. I think some of the things to consider in 2022 is that we still had Project Room Key open, which was our massive sheltering program for COVID. I think at the height of Project Room Key, we had well over 500 additional beds that were for a sort of point in time. I also think that the visibility of homelessness in 2022, again, in part because of COVID and the stay-at-home orders that affected the ability to move camps, meant that the camps were very visible in 2022 that they may not have been in the preceding and succeeding years. But I think there's a lot of questions about the 2022 point in time count. I think there's questions about every point in time count, but it is our best sort of historical trend data, is how I would look at it.
Okay, thank you.
So despite the challenges that we just talked about, there are many partners, luckily, that we have in this work. I want to point out that unlike other social service lines of work that you guys are very familiar with, that are very highly regulated, are funded often from the federal government or the state government, there's not a single identified entity who's responsible for providing shelter and housing, not at the federal level, the state level, or the local level. So this is sort of the crux of a lot of the ongoing conversations we're having locally about roles and responsibilities. But in general, and would love your input if this aligns with how you think the county should be playing, the county main responsibility is to ensure that there's linkages to health and human services countywide for those who are experiencing homelessness, but also those who are at risk of homelessness. And this includes ensuring that they're embedded within shelter and outreach programs that may be managed at a city level. The city's main responsibility is street outreach to site and operate shelters in their jurisdictions and to oversee street management, which includes, of course, law enforcement, but also debris pickup. Of course, in Sacramento County, we also wear a city hat. Supervisor Desmond is very aware. We have a very large unincorporated area. So we also play that role when we're in the unincorporated county. And then critical, we have many, many community-based organizations, some of them you heard from this morning, who they're really doing most of the direct client services. And in the homeless services world, most of our work is contracted out to our amazing nonprofits. They hold contracts typically with the city and or the county. They are the ones inputting and managing the direct client level data, and that really helps to support some of the analytics that I know you're asking for.
One moment, Emily. Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Emily, for calling out that dynamic with the unincorporated. I try to keep quiet about it and not mention it, but I do.
I've heard it once or twice.
I do have to just comment on this. I like this slide because I think a lot of members of the public still don't grasp, I think, some of these roles and responsibility and who's responsible for what. So I do appreciate this, appreciate the way you've characterized it. Because there is still a lack of appreciation for what funds and what responsibilities that the municipalities have directly and what role and responsibility the county has countywide and how that is akin to the cities in the unincorporated area. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then not least, off to the side is the continuum of care, and I have them sort of connected at all areas. We're going to have a conversation after this about the continuum of care. But they, of course, support all three of these sectors. They support the county, the city, and they certainly do a lot of work with our community-based organizations. Their primary role is to facilitate planning and system supports, including our coordinated access system and a lot of our data management and analytics.
Wait, don't leave that screen,
okay.
Emily. So where does the responsibility of auditing lie within this graph?
You mean auditing the community-based organizations directly? So certainly the contractor. So in our case, I hold 40 or 50 contracts. Ryan and Tim hold many, many more. We do we do monthly program reviews. It is our responsibility to audit our programs in partnership with the Department of Finance. We do annual risk assessments, so we identify those providers that may be at key risk, and we have ongoing financial management requirements. For those, I'm confident the city of Sacramento and the other cities have similar auditing requirements as well. In terms of the funds received through the federal government and the continuum of care, SSF provides some program management, but most of those contracts are directly with HUD. So the fiscal monitoring is done by HUD directly to the CBOs.
And who does the auditing of that area?
Of the COC, the fiscal audit, I believe, and SSF can correct me, would be done directly by HUD because the contract is held typically with the CBO to HUD.
Okay. And then the other question I have is for the CBOs, does every contracted amount and subcontracts have access to enter data into HMIS?
For any contract that I hold, and I would look to Ryan and Tim to confirm in the homeless, it is a mandate for you to enter all your data into HMIS.
Even subcontracts?
Yes.
Subs and all those. Okay. All right. Supervisor Hume?
Thank you, Chair. Emily, let me just begin first by pointing out what an intractable situation both behavioral health and homelessness is, and the work that you're doing, and you're kind of at the eye of the storm all the time, and people pound the dais, they pound the podium, they pound the streets saying that something else needs to be done. We need to be doing more. We need to be doing this. We need to be doing that, and there's not a lot of consensus. There's just a lot of outcry. And I think that that's probably a very demoralizing place to be some days. So I just want to let you know that we appreciate the effort, we appreciate the work, and we want to see it continue, and we want to lean in and help be more effective and more efficient. So just to put that at the forefront, my first time meeting you at that podium, I kind of said, why aren't you working yourself out of a job? Which I still believe, but is a much bigger lift and much harder to achieve. I want to kind of follow up on what the chair has been questioning here in that, and you sort of touched on this at the opening statement. One of the things that has been kind of dangled out there as a metric for success is sort of the cost per day per client for people who are being served by the county and then by extension all the way down through. Obviously, cities have their expenses in the county. So it's difficult because sometimes you'll have people who are receiving services through multiple departments, and it's not necessarily, do we have any way to track to get to a cost per client per day sort of service dollar, or maybe kind of to the chair's line of questioning, is there beyond just the fiscal management to make sure that the money is being used prudently, but that the actual effort is being effective?
Yeah, if I think I understand your question, you're asking across the different touch points. So if Bob is enrolled in a shelter but also receiving clinical services from behavioral health, can we sort of aggregate that cost and say what that causes? I don't think we have an easy way right now. I'm hopeful with the SHE that we might. But certainly within the programs that my department oversees, we can very easily calculate a per bed per night cost of a shelter bed. We can calculate a per touch of an outreach worker. I think one of the things that we talked about in response to some of those questions coming from the public is I would caution that sort of apples to apples comparison, both because people are people, and one person may need a much lower level of service than another. One may be enrolled in other sort of hidden services that you don't see, but also what is the outcome? So it may be inexpensive to have one shelter modality, but if the outcome of that shelter is in 30 days, you're just back on the streets and coming back in, is that actually successful versus maybe another modality where somebody stays in a shelter for 6 to 9 months, but when they exit, they're in permanent housing, potentially on their way to a job. And I think both are valuable. I don't want to say that both aren't welcome and needed, but it's really difficult to compare programs which are organized differently, which serve different types of people, which may pull from different subpopulations. So it's a long-winded way of saying we probably need that level of data because I think they're appropriate questions for the public to be asking. And I think there's efforts at the sort of big C county world to see how we can do that with the introduction of the SHE, which I shouldn't use acronyms, but I can't remember what it stands for.
Social Health Information Exchange.
Yeah. Thank you.
And speaking of Big C, I've mentioned this to you before that I think we need to sort of analyze our lowercase continuum of care, of how people move through the system. So it's not necessarily here's the access point and then here's the positive result. Like there's a lot of stuff that happens in between there. And I think to Supervisor Desmond's point, what this slide points out is that there are things that the county does that are irrespective of other jurisdictions.
Yes.
Right? We have obligations, even though there are cities that will be doing certain things under that. Some of the services we're paying on top of what the city would be paying for what they're providing.
Yeah, and I think I appreciate your both of you calling out this slide, but it also sort of presumes that things are equal. So, and you very well know this, some cities have robust sheltering systems, some cities don't. So how we embed the services the county brings is going to look different. If you have a set of shelters that are open 24/7 versus maybe you just have winter weather respite, well, how do we then embed our behavioral health services with those two different options? So, we're working collectively with the cities to bring more consistency across the system, but there's a lot of places where this is way oversimplified.
Yeah. Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond?
Just want to pile on. Thank you, Supervisor Hume, bringing this up. Great, all great questions, and I anticipate this may be some of the subject matter you'll be discussing when you meet with the region business folks. But it just made me think of our discussion last night. The chair joined me at a community meeting to discuss the imminent safe stay on Watt Avenue, and you talked about how many behavioral health beds will be in that out of the 225. 80. So just even within that shelter, there will be a dramatic difference in the amount of resources for the clients who are using those 80 behavioral health beds versus the clients in the rest of the beds in that facility. So it just kind of underscores, just even in one location, the complexity of this and how difficult it is to try to make this comparison in cost. So thank you.
Well, you both did a very great lead-in to the next slide, so thank you for that. So, and again, not in an effort to oversimplify what is not very simple, there are a lot of partners, but there's also a lot of components in this work, and we've already touched on this just in the first couple of slides. And so there's also, you are all aware, I believe, of a gaps analysis that Continuum of Care does annually. And that does point to the needs for what I would call a balanced system. We probably don't have a balanced system right now. But the idea is that one that prioritizes resources ahead of a crisis moment when somebody falls into homelessness. We might call that prevention or diversion. It also prioritizes an adequate amount of response or crisis response components. That would include your outreach services as well as your emergency shelter services. But that also has the ability to have access to affordable housing on the back end so people can quickly exit. And that could be built housing. It could also be housing subsidies. So I'm going to, as throughout the presentation, I'm going to talk about 4 of these components: the prevention, the outreach, the shelter, and the subsidized housing. Ryan's going to, of course, in his part of the presentation, touch on treatment services. And so, again, while this visual appears to be linear, how people engage with these services will vary dramatically. Some people may touch only one of these things. Some people may touch all 4. Some people might circle around 10 times or come and go. And it's really based on individual needs, but also really importantly on the system capacity. We don't always have capacity in each of these places at the point when somebody presents. So first, just really quickly, prevention. This is really thinking about before somebody ever hits the homeless system of care. And I know many of you have really lifted this up. Some of your colleagues at the city, this is also a huge priority for them. We heard last night. What resources do we have within the county system, but also the broader community system, to prevent them from becoming homeless or even divert them at the point when they're knocking on the door of a shelter? And part of the question here for us to grapple with is how far upstream should these resources go? I'll say that most what we would call homeless prevention resources currently become available when you hit much closer to the crisis point. Typically, you have a 3-day pay or quit in hand or something of that nature. But we know there's many people who are just struggling to pay their rent. They may never actually fall into homelessness, but they're continually struggling every month to pay rent. The further upstream you go, of course, the more people that you're going to serve, which is great, but the more resources will go to folks who may never have actually become homeless. Secondly, once that crisis moment does hit, or many crises sometimes might hit, once somebody does fall into homelessness, of course, having outreach and navigation. This is a very jurisdictional response. This is intended to quickly identify the people as they fall into unsheltered homelessness and triage them to whatever their most imminent need is. And as we've talked about before, outreach is a very iterative process. Multiple engagement touches are often needed just to establish trust so that we can identify what the path for what each individual might look like. And then while ideally folks would exit straight from unsheltered homelessness into permanent housing, that often is not a realistic option, both because of access to housing, but also because many of the folks that we're finding on the streets have a lot of other challenges they need to work through before they can sustain their own independent housing. And so for some folks, as we encounter them on the streets, the first appropriate place might be an emergency shelter or interim housing location. But for others, it might be a treatment bed. And for many, it might be going between the two often and many times, and or, as we've talked about with you, how do we bring those two things closer? So this is a very simplistic diagram, again, that sort of suggests that they sit independent, but what we're aiming to do is overlay a lot of those treatment services at the shelter, so you're not having to ferry back and forth. But regardless of where you sort of start or end your journey of crisis, the successful exit, whether it be directly from treatment or from a shelter setting, is access to, for most people, affordable housing. Just as context, I know you have seen this data before, but most of the folks that we're seeing in our shelters today have very little income. I just looked at the month of February before coming in here today, and 82% of our shelter guests in the shelters that are operated out of my department in February had an income of less than $20,000 annually, and the vast majority of those folks actually had zero income. I just sort of combined them together. And so for those who have the highest acuity of behavioral health needs as well as the lowest income, permanent supportive housing probably is the best trajectory for them. But for many folks, regulated affordable housing, the things like you just approved with SHRA, would be a great outcome for them, and they can receive wraparound services in community through our core clinics or other places, or even by just receiving a subsidies to make an available market unit. You also approved on consent, thank you very much, the next step in our flexible housing pool. That's intended to open up market units, not having to provide capital, but open up market units by providing subsidies, short, medium, and long term, so that people can sustain in community.
Don't leave that screen.
Okay.
I have a question,
Sure.
and you can answer it when we get to the outreach assessment and navigation page. But from the outreach and assessment navigation, and it has the arrows to treatment and healthcare, and then another arrow to emergency and transitional shelters. Mm-hmm. We know that we have a backlog in both yes. Getting into major backlog. We don't have enough supply for the demand. So the question is, what are the CBOs doing to circumvent that problem? Because for me, that is like one of the major issues is we have individuals who are homeless in the street. Our shelters are at capacity. We don't have enough. We don't have enough behavioral health beds for people who are severely ill. So now what?
No, it's a great question. There is lack of capacity for certain in the shelter. And I do want to call out, I think Jillian and Scott from Cohiwa were both here. They're doing the on-the-ground work every day. And when I get to the outreach slide, I'm going to share some of the things they do. But I suspect they would say that it's limited. We are seeing some successful exits straight from unsheltered homelessness into housing by knocking on doors of affordable housing developers, by advocating for vouchers or other living situations that are sustainable. But what you pointed out, Supervisor Rodriguez, is sort of the biggest gap and place where our system gets clogged up. So the next slides, I'm going to quickly touch on each of these.
I'm sorry, 1 minute. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to lift up and say I don't know if this slide existed previous to our meeting the other day, where I literally drew on the back of the napkin kind of my graphic interpretation of what happens. But obviously it could get too jumbled and to where it's not meaningful anymore. But I think that's that sort of circular area that you talked about of the emergency transitional and the treatment. I think there's one more step that I'd like to see us see if we can't start to refine, and that is, is there a way to sort of separate those that are still swirling kind of in that space, or the ones who are maybe progressing through their journey but not necessarily to head out to different housing? They still need the support services from the county, and so that we're really starting to like get those who are engaged and trying to move forward, or maybe having better results with the services that are being provided to them. Right, so that it's not always one size fits all everywhere, that we actually have a way that they can move through our systems that maybe makes it so that instead of being put out to permanent supportive housing, they are able to make that jump into a subsidized, right? And so I don't know if that needs to be represented on this slide, but I'd just like to kind of hold that up.
Yeah, no, I definitely heard that the other day. It's not on this slide, and part of it's because visually I'm not quite sure how to capture that. But also, I think part of that comes to how are we resourcing our shelter. So, we pride ourselves in having a shelter system that is as welcoming and low barrier as possible. But we talked about last night with Supervisor Rodriguez and Desmond, is that doesn't mean that there's not expectations. And so how to, within the shelter system, we do different types of engagements. Oftentimes when somebody enters a shelter, you might think, there's a certain set of conditions and capabilities, and then within 5 days you're like, oh, something's different, both positive and negative. And so, but I definitely hear you, like within the shelter system, how can we do a little bit more triaging of next appropriate step that may be a different shelter. It might be treatment, it might be reunification of families, it might be direct exit to housing.
Well, and it might be that certainly we need that low barrier shelter as the entry point. But then that becomes the point where we can really have a more meaningful engagement. And for some, they may need to be in the shelter longer, but they're not ready to commit to the deeper level of services. And so for those folks, they stay kind of at that level. And then there's the next level of folks who are saying, look, I'm really trying to change things here. Help me do that. Like, I may not be ready for the big step, but I want to start moving on that pathway. And so that we can start to separate those, and without getting too deep in the weeds on it, for someone who is trying to recover from an addiction or something, if they are around people who are still using, that's a negative situation for them, right? So that's like just a point where we've allowed that low barrier, and now we've said, okay, these folks are still showing up altered. These folks would like to be around a more sober environment. And I only use that just as an example because it's something people can wrap their heads around.
Yeah, you are right, and we see that certainly, and it is difficult when you're trying to cohabitate, when you're in different places in your journey. What you're talking about is what we used to have in our system more robustly with transitional housing, and sort of gone the ways of different funding priorities. But we do hear that from participants in our shelters as well, that they desire that. And so, as we sort of look at new funding opportunities, maybe some of the shifts of the federal governments might present those types of opportunities that previously we haven't had. But yeah, having spaces for folks to work their own path differently, I agree with.
Well, and I would say, a neighborhood at Watt Avenue could serve that purpose, right? Like, this doesn't have to be this revolutionary new situation. It could just be a little carve out of something that kind of identifies this safe space for folks who want a different experience.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Emily, hold on. I'm not satisfied with the answer that I got. So we know that we don't have enough supply for the demand, both on the behavioral side, on the behavioral health, and on the shelters. And I mean, where there's just not enough shelters. We don't have enough permanent supportive housing. And we are working, I think, as a county as hard as we can to create affordable housing for people. But is there a plan in place to address the shortfalls, either through federal funding, through our contracts, congressional, for extra funding so that we can create more shelters? What is the plan? Because if you look at the number looks like it's about 4,000 in street homelessness that we can't seem to get through the system. And so I just want to know, is there a plan? are we working with our congressional contacts for additional funding? Do we work with our, we're headed soon to cap to talk to our federal contacts. Is there work behind that I may not be aware of?
Yeah, I mean, there's no definitive plan to get to X number of beds or X number of housing units. I would definitely welcome any advocacy at the federal level. It's going to be a tough given this administration, but I think one of the things I would really recommend is really advocating for restoration of some of the affordable housing resources, because right now we have people staying in shelters. The average length of stay for a positive exit is 9 months.
Yeah.
7-8 years ago, it was maybe 60 days. And so we could certainly build more shelter beds, but then people end up living in shelters, and that's not what we want. So what we really need is the throughput, which means more vouchers, more affordable housing funding, so SHRA can build more of those. But I certainly, there's no imminent sort of funding plan right now. We're, as you know, under a lot of funding constraints, and so looking at trying to sort of creatively work with the budget that we have right now. Mm-hmm. And I know it's not satisfying, so I apologize.
Well, I just think, when we talk about outcomes and we talk about, getting people through the system, I don't know, I don't believe we have a strategic plan of how we're going to address the issues. I know I hear a lot about housing first. Functional zero seems to me to be the method that we should be looking at that will put a focus on the areas to be able to get people through the system. But it doesn't sound like we use any one particular format that to be able to manage all the complexity of homelessness?
Well, I mean, we do, and the board has adopted, we do have a regionally coordinated homelessness action plan, the RCHAP. Now, but what it doesn't do is get to that funding plan, which is how are we going to, but it does set the goals, which align with virtually everything you're saying here is how do we increase throughput out of shelters? How do we diversify shelter options to what Supervisor Hume was saying? How do we overlay services and treatment? But the budget piece is really constraining. So we have a plan that is our strategic plan on how we want to go, but we don't necessarily have the funding to make that happen at the scale that it needs to happen.
So is it fair to say that do we know the dollar amount or the figures that we are short, that we can turn to our congressmen to say, here's a great need that we have. If we're going to get people off the street and at least get them, we know we have a backlog on the shelters. We have a backlog in access for people with severe behavioral health conditions. Permanent supportive housing, we just don't have enough. But here's what we need. Is there a number that we can begin to work with? And if we do, who's doing that work?
Yeah, there is part of the gaps analysis, and I'm pulling it out, so apologies.
Thank you.
So every year, the continuum of care has to do a gaps analysis. The most recent one was 2024, so we're looking for 2025 soon. But it does do that. It sort of quantifies what is the gap that we have as a system for all those components: shelter, rehousing, permanent supportive housing. And I believe that in the 2024, we did try to enumerate what, if we were to fully fund it, what it would cost. And so I can go through this with you, or SSF could, but the total annual operating cost gap for 3 years at the time in 2024 was $41 million. Were we to fully fill all of these gaps? And so then this becomes maybe a policy conversation of which gaps are the most effective, which ones would make the most change. But that does exist in our community, and we can certainly share it with you and maybe walk it through in more detail, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to pick up on, I was going to talk a little bit about this under the system components, but it's obviously, these are great points that we have discussed with you over the years about what would it take for us to get to a point where we can offer shelter on demand, right? That we have that much shelter capacity. Obviously, that's what we are all striving for with the throughput to housing along the continuum. And I think it's important in the context of this discussion, though, to keep in mind how so much of those housing dollars don't flow to the county, they flow to the individual jurisdiction, right? It's the county's responsibility to provide the supports wherever those shelters or PSH projects are. And I think that I mean, I don't think there's any notion that we're going to get any more money from the federal government anytime soon. Now, I know the big lobbying effort is at the state level for ongoing HAP dollars or even any HAP dollars in this current budget. And I know it's a big priority of the League of Cities and CSAC as well to advocate for that and advocate for an amount of money that is going to close that very gap that the chair is talking about.
Yeah.
But I think since we're left with that and we're left with much more challenging financial times, I think it's important to have a discussion about how can we be using the resources we have in a much more economical manner. And this is what you hear a lot from the city in some of our conversations, even just the other night. Can you tell me a little bit about some different things that you're seeing that maybe are costing less per unit for maybe a relatively easier to serve population, maybe without some of the acute behavioral health issues? But I know the city is doing a lot. They're exploring a lot of different things where they're touting these as projects where it's much lower per door. Are we looking at some projects like that in the county with our precious HAP dollars or affordable housing dollars?
I think you're referring to the city's micro communities potentially, or their safe camping. Neither have been implemented yet, but I've certainly been following pretty closely what the intentions are and what the
Because Councilmember
plans are.
Dickinson brought up one last night as well.
Yeah, I think he was talking, and my understanding of the micro communities is they are pretty bare boned. They're physically built out, but I don't believe there's dedicated operators or services, and I actually believe that the expectation is that the guests pay a portion of their income as rent. I think I want to sort of see how that rolls out. It certainly is, I think the way I understand the city is describing it, sort of in between a shelter and housing. And I can certainly understand because, as I just said, 83% of the people in our shelter systems have no income. And so there's really no option for a realistic market unit. And at the same time, we have a shortfall in our vouchers, and we're really restrained in how much affordable housing we can build. So it very well might be an appropriate intervention for folks. Historically, the board has really been committed to a full array of services because the goal has been exit into self-sufficiency. I think that the types of programs you're talking about are more so acknowledging that self-sufficiency is such a far reach that let's just make people safe and comfortable and provide for their basic needs unless we can get to that larger investment. That certainly is a policy shift that the board could make. I think that I would recommend that we sort of see it play out and see how that ferrets.
If I can add to that, one of the things you'll hear when Dr. Quist comes up is just the braiding and leveraging we've been doing of behavioral health resources. And part of that is by design. Prop 1, we're shifting behavioral health resources into serving the unhoused. And part of it is just our CBOs, our departments are stepping up to say, how can we leverage CalAIM? How can we draw down more federal dollars? How can we fully implement the array of services under BH Connect and other activities? So you'll hear about that in behavioral health so that the county general fund is not having to pick the cost up. And how can we work with our city partners to help them leverage those same dollars? So those are things you'll hear about today too as another opportunity for us.
Great. Thank you for that. I look forward to that presentation. But thank you, and Emily, thank you for your response to the other part of my question, because I think it's just important for folks to hear. Look, we are looking at these other things. If there's a better mousetrap that we can build out there that's working for a certain population, absolutely we are going to look at that, study that, and see how it works. But I imagine the city's going down this path to explore this, but other jurisdictions are too. And I just want to get that assurance from you that we are looking at these and exploring these. And if it could work and it could fit and serve a certain population, then of course we're open to doing that.
Of course, yeah. I think as my counterpart Brian Pedro has been said many times, is if somebody sort of had the magic formula, we'd probably all be following it. So we'll be watching with keen interest in how this plays out, and certainly looking to support them in their efforts because their success is our success as well.
Siobhan, Emily, I have one more question. I just want to, is it fair to say that because we have some pretty significant pain points into the housing and behavioral health, is it fair to say that the CBOs have a high touch count? Is that because of the challenges that to get people into behavioral health and shelters, therefore they're going to touch that individual more often?
I'll let Ryan or Tim speak to the behavioral health, but certainly and like I said, our friends from COEO are here, but I think that the high level of touches and our outreach and ability to sort of engage folks is both due to, yes, we can't walk up to them and say, we have a place for you today, right? But it's also a lot of trust building. There's been a lot of broken trust amongst the homeless population. There's a lot of challenges. And so rapport building takes time, especially when, folks feel they've been let down by the system in the past. But I do believe that if we could walk up to folks today in encampments and say, I've got a housing unit for you tomorrow, let's go, you'd see that reduce. So it's kind of both and.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to try to quickly go through a little bit about what we've been doing in each of these components, some of the outcomes, and I want to highlight. I lifted up a few highlights. This is not by no means is everything the county is doing, but a few things for you to take away as you sort of contextualize this work into what we're doing now, and then also gaps that we see. So prevention is a role that the county is currently playing. Our Landlord Engagement and Assistance Program, or LEAP, which is winding down. It was an ARPA investment that you all made at the beginning of ARPA. The past year, we've really focused on prevention through this program, in part because it was winding down and we needed an off-ramp, but in part because we were seeing a lot of call and need for that. We also certainly infuse, it's not a lot of the benefit programs through like the human assistance and certainly health services may not be labeled as prevention, but they certainly are a key part to the prevention efforts that we're doing here in the county. And then coming up really shortly, thanks for your approval earlier, we'll be working with the managed care plans to operationalize, as Siobhan just said, how do we access some of the CalAIM benefits, transitional rent. The first tranche of folks eligible for that are the literally homeless populations, but as we continue to scale that up, that looks to be a good resource to help people retain their housing. Also, our partners play a really big role. Sacramento Steps Forward has invested a lot of their the COC's HAP dollars into what they call PSAPs, problem-solving access points, and certainly all of the cities may and certainly have the ability to provide some local prevention funds. In terms of some of the things that we've seen just in the past few years, I mentioned that we pivoted LEAP to being primarily prevention in the last year, and we've invested about almost $2 million of prevention assistance, which has served 500 households or 1,000 people. And SSF, through their PSAPs with their HAP dollars, reports that they've supported 2,400 households with $6 million. So the need is great. The calls keep coming in, but we are making good roadway and making access to prevention resources. Some of the things I'd lift up as we think about expanding or enhancing our prevention is how can, amongst all the different players, we have a shared method for determining prevention. This is sort of how far upstream do we want to go? There's certainly need that is unmet, and the further upstream we go, the bigger the bucket gets, but potentially the bigger the impact it gets. And then how can we also help do more direct partnerships around non-monetary supports? There's lots of great services happening in the community that may not come with a dollar figure, but may make a real impact to keep somebody housed.
Emily, can you elaborate a little bit more on the non-monetary support? What exactly is that?
So this is things that might be like linkage with your behavioral health clinicians. It's monetary, but it's not direct financial assistance, not paying your rent. So things like how do we make sure that your enhanced care manager for the managed care plans is actively working to keep you connected with your health care so you don't lose your housing. The behavioral health clinicians do a lot of this very, very great work. There's CBOs out there doing on the ground what we might call case management that can sort of identify problems before they get out of control. That's what I meant there.
And I have another question on the outcomes and impacts. Is that in the last 6 months?
No, so we tried to look back in the last 5 years. Now, not all these programs started 5 years ago, but generically this is from 2021 through the end of 2025.
And why did we go back 5 years?
That was when our department was created. That's when a lot of these initiatives were kicked off through either ARPA. That was when our first Safe Stay. So it seemed like a good measure to sort of, usually this biennial report is just looking at that 6 months. But what we've heard from you and the public, I think, is we need to sort of take a bigger picture look. And that's why we chose that time frame.
And so LEAP, on average, was $3,400 per household. And for Sacramento Steps Forward, it was about $2,500. If the population is the same, why would LEAP spend $900 more per household?
I don't know that I would definitively say that they are the same populations. We work closely. I can get some more on sort of the populations. LEAP, it could be that we had larger households, so the rent was greater, and they had single households. But it's not just like with the homeless population, the folks who present at the front door of prevention. You could have a family that has 8 children and needs, a 3-bedroom apartment versus a single with income. So. But I can definitely get you more behind LEAP, like how that breaks out, how much of that was like paying back rent plus forward rent of 4 or 5 months, how much of it was paying a back owed SMUD bill. All types of things go into prevention.
Okay.
Not all the same.
Thank you.
So on outreach and assessment, as I said, we are really pleased to have a great partner in Cohiwo. They provide most of the outreach in the unincorporated county as well as along the Parkway system. We also have 2 dedicated HEARTs, the homeless engagement team from behavioral health, who co-deploy with Cohiwo and also do some engagement in the unincorporated county. Of course, this is the place where cities have a primary responsibility. So we do this in the unincorporated county, and all the cities are responsible there. And more, we're looking to ways, as Siobhan said earlier, to partner with our managed care plans, because as CalAIM resources become available for this line of work, we're trying to tap into that. And Cohiwo has been really great at helping us to pilot some of these through our outreach contract. And so just lifting up, because we did talk about that backlog that Supervisor Rodriguez mentioned, is that many people do exit from unsheltered homelessness into shelters, but we're really proud of the work that we've been able to do to exit people by skipping over the shelter system. And so since 2021, when we started working with Cohiwo, 426 people that they've worked with who were living unsheltered moved straight into permanent housing. And this, I believe, is because we have focused on that intensive case carrying, high touch efforts. Certainly, as we look forward in the future, this is a place where we want to continue to refine and enhance our partnerships with law enforcement. We know that they're also playing a significant role out there. And going back and continuing to underscore this is how can we enhance that what's called street to housing effort. So this is how can we create more pathways where we don't have to rely on having a shelter bed available for everybody.
I have a question on that one, Emily, on page 6. It's on the outcomes and impacts. Since 2021, 426 people went from street homelessness to permanent housing. So 5 years, 426, that's 85 people per year, on average 7 people per month. Here's my question. Does this mean that most individuals who are homeless are not ready for to get into affordable housing, even if they are employed, maybe possibly living in their vehicles? Or is there just very little affordable housing inventory for people who are maybe homeless and employed?
It's the latter, and I would I think we see very few people living unsheltered who have sufficient income to afford their unit. So most of these exits are more than likely to subsidized housing. And in one of the attachments to the board letter details more of the other folks who are engaged. We serve hundreds and hundreds more, just as the people who were able to exit directly from the streets. But it's more the latter, access to affordable housing.
So, to me, there was always a question: are there individuals who are homeless, living in the street, possibly their cars, have jobs? But it sounds like that maybe assumption is not true based on the fact that we're only moving 7 people on average per month from street homelessness into housing, and bypassing shelter and or that middle area.
Right. There certainly are some. I don't want to say there aren't, and we can do a deeper dive into the income levels of these folks, but most folks, as I said, 83% of the folks in our shelters had an income of less than $20,000. That's probably Social Security income, right? And that's not a wage that you can afford in market housing. So even amongst these 426, likely had very significant rental subsidies, or won the lottery into a PSH unit, or got their voucher into a unit. So, but I can certainly dig deeper to see what subset of that exited into sort of market units where they were the payee of their rent.
Well, I'm not so much looking at market. I'm looking at really the affordable housing. I mean, based on the numbers here, only 7 people on average for the past 5 years have been able to go from street homelessness to possibly some kind of affordable housing, potentially maybe market.
And I should say there's many more that exited from a shelter. So this is just the people who, just through our outreach teams, many, many more people exited from a shelter into housing. This is just those people who never touched. Right, street homelessness.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so we will not be hearing from Cohuo directly.
Unless you would like to.
Well, no, I just want to take this opportunity on this slide to thank them. I'm looking out at my friend Scott Young out there, and they do tremendous work in the unincorporated area. And I just want to really call them out because I've seen it directly. I've seen their involvement in the community with the business organizations and others. So thank you for the work you do. You mentioned the law enforcement relationship, and it's something I've harped on quite a bit as well with the sheriff's hot team. What kind of, and I know the data they collect is not the same as the data we collect, and there's issues with sharing that data, but do we glean what we can from the sheriff's hot team, for instance? Because I do know that we have created pathways for them if it's a very acute situation, for instance, that they can get someone into something right away. Do we collect that data and include that in what we report out?
I don't have specific referrals from HOT, but we certainly could get that. So what we've done with your support, so thank you, is we've held aside specific shelter beds. Actually, it's a scattered site shelter program that has a primary referral from the HOT team. And so if there is a person the HOT team encounters and has an acute need for shelter and is interested in shelter, they are able to bypass and make that direct referral through my team and working with Cohuo. Also, I think we're in a really good place with them. You know, they do call us to respond. We're also able to facilitate short-term motel stays because they work 24/7 and we don't, to sort of bridge that time until it's Monday morning again. I don't have data from them on the totality of folks they touch, but of the folks they touch, they refer to us. I would say we're able to provide services to everybody pretty quickly.
Okay. And I just put another plug in that you've heard me say many times. I'd continue the conversations with them. If for no other reason, we know the hot team personnel changes, seems monthly almost, but continue the discussions with them to educate them about what we're doing and how we can partner better to have better outcomes. And I do think, something you and I have discussed with the Watt Avenue Safe Stay, with the congregate component of that, coordinating with the sheriff if they're doing a certain enforcement operation in a corridor, if they have something available, look, you can get into a shelter right now because we've set aside congregate shelter beds, for instance, at that location. I want to continue having those discussions as that shelter comes online.
And I should say, you bring up a good point. While we don't have congregate beds year-round, when we are activated for our weather respite, that is a direct referral that the sheriff does and can and does make quite frequently. Of course, that's only limited towards a weather activation, and so we would appreciate the expansion of that to times when it's not weather as well.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. So a data point that's kind of interesting is that since I've been doing this up here, I think we started at 8 touches.
Mm-hmm. It has been going up. I'm glad you noticed.
It was 10 touches, and then it was 20 touches, and now we're at 40 touches. And I think that intuitively, what I gather from that is that, the low-hanging fruit doesn't exist anymore. There is no more low-hanging fruit, and that we're getting harder and harder populations to serve. Is that accurate?
I would make that argument too. Yeah, I mean, especially if you just see who's in our shelter. I mean, the severity of needs, the complexity of needs has increased just similarly.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate it. And also, I think some of the touches also demonstrate this partnership we've had with Cohuo to increase access to CalAIM and to try to integrate. So even if you're still living unsheltered, you can be enrolled in enhanced care management and the community support services. And Cohuo also wears a hat as that provider. So it's a really great partnership with them. And so some of those touches represent the efforts to enroll you in those Medi-Cal services, even while you're still living unsheltered.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I'll have more comments later, but I just wanted to kind of use this as an opportunity to come back and talk about the transitional housing, which is a funding priority. And because, if our focus is to get them in and then get them out as quickly as possible and hope for a positive outcome, that's not necessarily changing their station in life. It's a lot of that messy work in the middle that is actually going to, have a different outcome at the end of the day for that individual. And so when you use data points like 83% have an income of X or lower, that doesn't mean anything unless I know how many of those 83% are employable, right? And so are these folks that have issues that are preventing them from changing their station, which then points to a greater service need, right? So that it's not just, I don't want to belabor the point, you know what I'm talking about, so thank you.
No, and I appreciate that. And feedback like that is really helpful as we look to bring you the data that's meaningful, and I really appreciate that. So overlaying, and I think also income at entry versus income at exit. Theoretically, we should see it rising, right? But overlaying that with things like known disabilities and age and things like that sort of point to, is this a person who is employable, to your point, or is probably going to be reliant on benefits for a longer period of time? So I really appreciate that. So the next component in my wheelhouse really is how we provide emergency and transitional sheltering programs. I know we talk about these numbers all the time, but just wanted to remind you and the public that currently the county funds and operates over 1,300 beds, plus we have just over 200 that we co-fund with the city of Sacramento, so they sort of counted in both buckets sometimes. And as Supervisor Desmond said imminently, we have 275 or so coming online at the Watts site. Also important is that we support beds in all of the cities, but mostly the city of Sacramento, with the HEART staff visiting, providing direct services in those shelters. And in some cases, we are providing funding. It's a little bit invisible, but sometimes a great example is the North 5th Street shelter. It's a facility that the county owns, so we hold the cost of the facility, and the city only has to fund the cost of the program operations. And so that's a little bit hidden. It doesn't show up in anybody's budget, but those relationships exist. Of course, we've talked about this a lot. We know the cities are responsible to site and build and operate those shelters. SSF is not an operator of shelters, but they play a really key role in managing our coordinated entry system, which is our front door to most of our shelters, although we certainly have some that are outside of that. We have a lot of data on shelters, so I just picked a few things to highlight. Since 2021, just in our safe stay communities, which currently we have 4 of them open, we've had 1,200 people who have been served in one or more of those programs. Our scattered site shelter program, which has really been, I think, a highlight of some of the efforts the county's done, is really unique. We've had 633 individuals go through that program. And I do want to highlight in the scattered site, I think it's the next slide, the scattered site shelter is unique in a lot of ways, but one of the ways it has really intensive rehousing, and we see a lot of rehousing coming out of the scattered site shelter. It's a natural flow. You've been living with a roommate or 2 or 3, and then you move in with those roommates. And then this sort of gets to what Supervisor Rodriguez was saying. We've had the 400 or so leave unsheltered homelessness into housing. Our outreach teams have connected over 900 people into shelters directly. Lots of gaps and needs in our shelter system. I feel like it's something we talk about quite a bit. It's not just quantity, and thank you, Supervisor Hume, earlier. We need to increase the services within our shelters, maybe diversify them, have different levels of shelters. And I would call out especially one of the big gaps we have right now is medically fragile folks. Shelters don't have medical staff for the most part, and we're seeing more complex medical needs that we can't serve. And then again, I'm going to beat this drum throughout the day, is how do we focus on rehousing so that one shelter bed is serving 4 people a year instead of right now it's serving like 1.3 people or something like that. That throughput.
I have a couple of questions, Emily. On the 233 you co-funded with the city of Sacramento, can you elaborate a little bit on that? Because I think that I had a conversation with a couple of individuals, and they seem to believe that the city of Sacramento is doing shelter when it should be the county's responsibility. So can you elaborate
Yeah,
a
this
little?
came about a few years ago when we were first asked to sort of give a holistic picture of like who funds what, where is it located, and we have this master spreadsheet. I think it was asked by former Mayor Steinberg. We started trying to sort of put all the shelters in buckets, and we found that there's a couple of shelters, and these 233 are the North 5th Street shelter, as well as one of the St. John's programs that we both participate in. Is that we couldn't say that because because in these cases, we had funding coming from both the city and the county to support the operations. So it's not like we jointly hold a contract. It's that the North Fifth is the easiest one. I pay for the facility cost, and the city just pays for the operations, whereas in most shelters, the operations is inclusive of the facility. So it wasn't by design. It's just sort of by happenstance. We wanted to call that out because there's been so many questions and sort of counting of who's doing what. I think it's a great thing. It's not intended to...
So the city of Sacramento is creating additional sleeping quarters or sleeping cabins. Does the county play a role in that responsibility or financial oversight, or is there an expectation that, well, we're creating shelter and therefore the county should be responsible for that? Because I think these are the conversations that I tend to have with individuals about the county, quote unquote, not stepping up to take care of its responsibility. But I'm not clear on that.
I mean, I've certainly heard that argument as well. What I would say back is, the role that the county can and should play in shelters, regardless of where they're at, is that linkage to services. So the HEART teams who work in the city and visit the city shelters should very much be aligned and embedded in what other shelter programs that the city operates. I also would point out that the primary funding source for shelters of late is HAP funds. The city of Sacramento gets twice as much HAP dollars as the county does. So I don't think it precludes us from innovative partnerships. The Stockton Boulevard shelter is a great example. The county applied for a grant on behalf of the city to operate a shelter in the city, and we're doing, and they are operating as the front door to that shelter, but the financial obligation is on the county. And so I think there's more opportunities, but at this point, I have not received any formal ask from the city for, outside of the behavioral health participation, for their new micro-communities.
Yeah, all right. And then the other question I have is on outcomes and impacts. Mm-hmm. So the 1,200 people served at the county safe stay communities, what is the max capacity of the safe stays, and what is the max capacity of sheltered sites? And if you don't have that information right now, it's okay. I can get it later.
I definitely, so scattered sites, there's, I believe there's about 150 beds throughout the scattered site program. I'm seeing nods from Supervisor Kennedy. I can do math really quickly on the safe stays that are open. We have 125 beds at Florin.
About 365.
Thank you. Look at there. There's the calculator right there. So that is over the course of the life of those programs, how many people have come into them.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. Oh, one more question. On gaps and needs, do we have medical respites or shelters for hospice?
We do have a shelter for hospice, the Joshua's House program, which might have been approved before you arrived, Supervisor Rodriguez. It's very innovative. It's 16 beds. Our participation was just in some capital to get them over the finish line. It's operated by YOLO Cares when they draw Medi-Cal dollars. That's 16 beds for hospice. We also have medical respite operated. We have two respite, I think there's only two programs. We have one operated by WellSpace Health on Stockton Boulevard. I think it has 80 beds. And then we have new to our community is the NHHA, National Healthcare and Housing Alliance. They've opened the new respite program over on the Harvard campus, the Harvard Park over in Arden. I believe they have intentions of that being up to 200 beds, but I think right now there's only like 50 or so beds open, but we do have that. And those typically take direct referrals straight from the EDs as well as from managed care plans.
Okay, that was my next question was that's in the emergency departments, but what about like if somebody has been in the hosptal and getting released?
Yes, also that. Okay. Yeah, the difference, because they draw the Medi-Cal dollars, they need to have medical clearance, and so they have offered, and they're very great partners in bringing that to. So if we see somebody come into one of our traditional shelters and we recognize, their medical needs are heightened, we're working on referral pathways so that they can then maybe transfer to the respite versus going back into the emergency room.
Thank you.
So the final system component I'm going to talk about, and you got a little bit from SHRA, of course, is the big one. How do we create more housing, both permanent supportive housing, but also regulated affordable housing? Of course, the biggest place that the county participates in this is through our partnership with SHRA, providing gap funding to bring new housing online. Of course, in almost all of the PSH projects, either in the county or in the cities, virtually, well, a good majority of them have behavioral health dollars to support the ongoing services. So that's a contribution the county makes countywide. And then we operate some rehousing programs that try to access market units. I talked a little bit about LEAP earlier. I talked about the flexible housing pool, which we're about to launch in the next month or so. Of course, all the cities are responsible for entitling projects, using their local housing dollars, and SHRA really serves as the primary driver of many of our affordable housing projects here. So just, again, really high level, some of the outcomes SHRA was able to calculate for me just in the unincorporated county since 2021. They've been able to support 14 new affordable housing sites. Not all of these are PSH. They range with over 1,000 units, different affordability levels. Then specifically through rehousing programs that we've been operating out of my department, and I apologize for the acronyms, we've rehoused 166 families through Housing for Healthy California, which is a one-time limited grant from the state for rehousing for folks who also have behavioral health needs. In addition to the prevention folks that I talked about earlier through LEAP, we've rehoused 219 families through that program as well. And then, as I said, our scattered site shelter has been our intensive rehousing shelter ever since the inception. So we've been able to see 160 people exit from that shelter, in addition to who exit from the normal shelter system. Lots and lots of gaps and needs in affordable housing. We just need more of it. I think I hear from you all very consistently the interest in diversifying those types of housing, both products, but also the diversification of unit affordability ranges, you know, maybe having more workforce type housing and stuff. And certainly, I think I talked about this quite a bit with Supervisor Rodriguez, but also with all of you, is how can we have more move-on opportunities? We talk about permanent supportive housing, and it is permanent, but at some point in time, if people stabilize in their behavioral health, and they don't necessarily need to take advantage of all of the array of deep services, but they still need affordable housing because they're living off SSI or their income isn't sufficient. There's what they call move-on programs in many communities where you can access a subsidy program, typically through a voucher, exit that built permanent supportive housing unit and open it up for the next person in line who's still in, you know, facing the behavioral health needs. We did do a small pilot here in 2017 in partnership with SHRA. Of course, right now we're in a dearth of having voucher access, but that's something I'd really sort of think through as we maybe vouchers open back up. It, again, creates that throughput so that permanent supportive housing can actually be recycled.
Emily, on the county role and capacity, the second bullet where you have fund behavioral health services in most PSH projects, what does most mean?
So there are some permanent supportive housing projects have target non-behavioral health clients. I think probably very few of them, but some of them, for example, some of the new home key projects, it may not be a behavioral health population, and so the services might be funded through the continuum of care or other service dollars. But most, I would say, most PSH historically have a good set of units funded for behavioral health.
Thank you. And I just want to share, I do have very strong sentiments about PSH because it really shouldn't be permanent supportive housing. And because somebody may come in and have behavioral health needs or may have other forms of maybe disabilities, but we get them to the point where they are stabilized, and seeing that PSH is the most expensive to house, that once they are stabilized, we should work on exiting them. So the permanent part really is something that I will continue to, I think, state that there should be some form of change there. Just because the need is so great that we want to be able to move people on. I have a couple of questions on outcomes and impacts. Mm-hmm. That question was, SHRA. How are decisions made about what projects get funded and prioritized? And the reason why I ask is, you know, in D4 there are needs, but there have been very few projects that have been approved in D4, and so but the need is there, and so I'm just curious, how do we make decisions about where projects get funded and yeah.
I'll let Christine potentially, thank you. Or Chris.
And how I get to this is because the Beach Street project is very welcomed. It's beautiful. It got filled within 1 month, and it just shows that the need is there for, even in the far corner of the county. But here's my question: is how do you decide what project gets funded?
Christine Weicker from SHRA. So SHRA has approved, the Board of Supervisors approved our multifamily lending and mortgage revenue bond policies several years back. It's been updated many times throughout the years. And in those policies, the first thing actually on the page 1 is sort of the prioritizing of projects and funding. And we accept applications according to those policies 2 or 3 times a year for funding. And it prioritizes, first of all, is number 1 is preservation of affordable housing. It's pretty strict definition. So like if you have project-based vouchers and if without this rehab, you're going to lose that funding from the federal government. So that's number 1. But then after that is new construction. Under new construction is permanent supportive housing, then it's veterans, then it's workforce, and it goes on from there. And then finally it's regular rehab. So that's what we receive applications. We look at, the funding type or the type of projects being requested for funding, and they look at the affordability levels and what they're requesting from us. And there's a whole bunch of other things that we look at that we prioritize and then bring forward and put on our website every year. But we could talk some more about that if you'd like. But
Yeah,
permanent supportive housing is, new construction is basically number 1 right now.
And so, Christine, help me understand how it's the most expensive to build.
Yes.
And it takes up most of the money. And
a lot.
And so is there maybe an opportunity to look at alternative? Because again, I talk about supply and demand, and we don't have enough supply for the demand that is out there. And until we create some of the more of the supply and increase that capacity, we're going to continue to have the problem that we continue to have. And so I'm trying to wrap my brain around this particular problem about capacity and funding, and why are we continuing? And don't get me wrong, I get the permanent supportive housing. The wraparound services are the most important, but are there alternative opportunities to create more housing that has that permanent supportive housing component? Or I don't know, it's a mystery.
Yeah, let me give it a shot, and then maybe Chris might want to weigh in too. But, well, I would say one thing, the state of California, to sort of access their programs, the project I brought up to you earlier today, they had tried for one funding program called multifamily housing, weren't successful. Most of the programs the state have really prioritize permanent supportive housing. So if you want to get those state funds, you sort of have to go that route. And a lot of the projects we do leverage state funds. Not all. But they are the priorities of the Board of Supervisors. So we are very open to having that discussion if you would like to talk about, the priorities, and if that's still the order this board would like. What we do agree with you. You can build a lot more affordable units if they're not permanent supportive housing. But Chris, do you want to?
And just before you go on, Chris, yeah, come on. That is a discussion I think we should have. I don't know when that decision was made about permanent supportive housing, but in my opinion, I think that we can create more. We can help fund more affordable housing projects, get people in, and maybe do mobile case management so that we could at least create more housing for individuals. And
yeah, well, the last thing I'll add before Chris would say a few words is, I would say the financing of permanent supportive housing got much harder when we had this shortfall in project-based vouchers, Section 8 vouchers, because you really need those to really make permanent supportive housing work long-term. And without those, it's getting harder to finance permanent supportive homeless projects. But Chris, I don't know if you want to.
Hi, Chris.
Good morning. I would just add a few points. The last time that those policies were updated by the board with SHRA was 2019. And at that time, priorities were different than they are today.
Sure.
I think we've also had a lot of lessons learned, not just here, but in the nation with permanent supportive housing. While there's an acute need for this, we have learned that the costs are extreme and the need is extreme, so the additional wraparound services that are needed for those housing units have raised those costs. And then to make it more difficult, particularly for the city and the county of Sacramento, but also in many other housing agencies across the nation, is the shortfall of housing choice vouchers. And without those vouchers with these programs, the costs are that much greater. Yeah. So again, just I think lessons learned. At this time and day, we might want to look at changing and updating those policies to better meet the needs of the county of Sacramento.
I would definitely love to have that discussion at some point here with the board to see where we are today, because 2019 was such a different time than where we are now. Before you guys leave, who can answer the question about in lieu fees? So do we take in lieu fees from new development? Where does that money go? And then is it maybe now time to not take in lieu fees and have every project incorporate some of the affordable housing components to each development so that we get some more additional housing, considering that the cost of building is so expensive?
Right. That's a good question. So right now, the County of Sacramento has two fees, one on residential and one on commercial development. Those fees do come to for the most part, come to SHRA. We do advertise those, and they go through the same award process that I just described earlier, or application process, maybe I should say. The one thing about those fees is they're a little more tied to workforce housing than permanent supportive housing, but and they have to be new construction. Your question about build versus fee is it's a good question, and one we would Go ahead.
Maybe I can tackle that one. Thanks.
Yeah.
So Dave DeFonte, Deputy County Executive. We are obligated by our current housing element to do that very review, to look at what fees we've been collecting and how we've been performing relative to them against our regional housing needs allocation and other metrics. So that will be a discussion coming to your board at some point in the near future where, if you so choose, you can reevaluate how that program works. But as was alluded to here, we have had many of those discussions over the years. That it is a controversial subject with people with very strong views on both sides of that sort of inclusionary versus fee option.
Thank you. Oh, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. Good discussion. For the record, I do not support an inclusionary housing mandate for each project to have an affordable housing component. But I do say, I just want to, while you're up here, I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for the maps you put together recently, which shows the SHRA managed properties and the projects, and it breaks it down by district. I think it's extremely helpful for all of us to see. It's important to see things in context with the rest of the county. I think for me, what's been very helpful in terms of identifying locations and projects, obviously having regular communications with you, but meeting the affordable housing developers and also market rate developers to make sure they know where projects might be suitable to take advantage of a density bonus that has a certain percentage of affordable units in them. And that's been very successful, I think, at least in my district, both in terms of identifying locations for permanent supportive housing, hotel conversion projects and other affordable housing projects. Also, the other thing I want to, Emily, put a plug in for, I think, one thing you did not include SHRA in the prevention side, and obviously such a large role that SHRA plays on the prevention side. So I would advocate to incorporate that into your slide and to some of your talking points, because you do play a very large role, and we've had big discussions about that in the past few years. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Oh, Supervisor Hume.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of touch on, sort of to back up what I was talking about earlier. Permanent supportive housing is the most expensive because the housing is permanent. The residency doesn't have to be. And I think that's the focus that you've elucidated in these slides, Emily, is that if we can focus on getting people where permanent supportive housing is a step in the transition, that's the ultimate goal, I would think, and not necessarily to get somebody put into a very expensive unit and that the intention is that they stay there. Now, that being said, I think that one of the other issues we have to be cognizant of and recognize openly is permanent supportive housing is taking the place of several different types of institutional uses that used to exist that no longer exist. And so that's where you get why I asked the question about the sort of dollar per person per day becomes much more difficult, because now you are housing them in this type of scenario where it used to be maybe a different solution that was on the table. So that's one thing that I think you have to consider. I am also vehemently opposed to inclusionary housing and zoning. But and then the last thing I'll say, and this is maybe the third rail that I shouldn't even touch, but I will, is I don't think it's a coincidence that the rates of both sheltered and unsheltered homelessness started to rise dramatically after the passage of Prop 47. When you decriminalized drug use and public intoxication and low-level crime, that then makes it easier to choose destructive behaviors, you're going to see negative ramifications from that. And so the one thing that I would say is in that slide of the continuum, there's also the piece that I think, and this was brought up by a speaker earlier, that the courts play a useful role in trying to compel different behavior. It's kind of an opportunity of last resort, but it is something that I think has to be considered as we look at the solutions that are available to us. Thank you.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I probably shouldn't say anything with my cold medication-addled mind right now, but I'm going to try to put a few sentences together in a coherent way, and that's that, we, and by we, I don't just mean the four of us sitting up here, but as policymakers in society, we're speaking out of both sides of our mouths. On one end, we say that we recognize that there are those people who we need to deal with compassionately, who are not able to take care of themselves, and we have to find some place for them to be in a humane, dignified way. We can't have people defecating on our streets. We can't have people vandalizing our storefronts and so forth. But And there is a component of society, Supervisor Hume's absolutely right, that was once taken care of in another way that no longer is. And so we're saying we need to address that issue. At the same time, we're saying, but why are we spending so much money on the permanency? And those two things they collide, So I'm not saying that I have the answer. I don't think the four of us have the answer, certainly. But it is something that we have to grapple with as a society. And at some point, it's going to take people at a much higher level of pay grade than those four of us sitting up here to make some serious policy decisions and look at people's civil liberties, look at people's rights, and do so in a compassionate yet way that mitigates the impacts that people are having on our communities.
Thank you.
That and $4.50 gets you a cheap cup of coffee.
Thank you, Christine and Chris. So just really quickly, hopefully quickly, to sum it up, just highlighting, we've been talking about outcomes. Certainly, I'm taking a lot of notes on things that you guys would like to see, different ways to cut the data. Always appreciate that. Just want to lift up sort of where, really big picture, how much we've moved since 2021. So we've expanded our outreach teams. We've been talking a lot about Cohiwo and their great partnerships. And not only are they great, but we've really expanded the capacity. Before before 2021, I think we had 3 contracted outreach workers, and the HEART team didn't even exist. Now we have 16 contracted workers just in the unincorporated county, plus our 2 HEART teams, plus many, many more HEART staff working in all of the cities. And so that's a great accomplishment. We've expanded and diversified our sheltering opportunities. I'm definitely hearing some interest in continuing on that path, but really want to lift up that the county's made a really concerted effort to focus on non-congregate spaces. This was a huge lesson learned coming out of COVID, and I really think that I really want to appreciate the board's sort of commitment to this evidence-based practice, and I do think it's gone a long way to help us engage folks who previously we couldn't. All of our shelters, including our legacy shelters, do have on-site supportive services, including the integration with a behavioral health team. And I just wanted to throw up here the numbers of beds, and I did do this math, so Supervisor Kennedy doesn't have to. That this equates to 477 additional beds, with the 225 forthcoming very shortly. So in 5 years, once Watt opens, that's over 700 beds, I believe. So, still more to do, but just really wanted to highlight how much we have done. Also really important, I think it kind of isn't super shiny, but we have really expanded our weather respite program. And for those of you who were here, you remember weather respite used to be a hodgepodge of, can we open a DHA bureau and can we have some people in motel vouchers? It was really taxing, not just on the clients we were trying to serve, but on your employees trying to sort of maneuver through this. We now have a 24-hour weather respite, which isn't just weather respite. It's weather respite plus connectivity to services, so that while we have you attention for a couple of weeks or however many, we can make some of those efforts to make changes. And soon we'll have that dedicated space at Watt. So thank you so much. It really goes a long way to keep folks engaged in the most extreme cold. And we've launched some new rehousing program. This is in addition to all the work SHRA has been doing. We stood up the LEAP program with the ARPA, which helped inform some of these other programs and the new flexible housing pool that we're really excited about. While SHRA remains our primary engine for development, you also really took a chance on a really innovative development project with the Howe Gardens, formerly Residence Inn, which will be opening as well in a couple of months. And then not most important, but I think really impactful, is you created a whole department just to focus on this issue with dedicated staff, not just to run programs and operationalize things on the ground, but to do that system thinking and do that connectivity to our continuum of care and to our other cities and within the county system itself to make those connections with behavioral health and child welfare and all the other social services. So really high level, I know you've all seen the 4-pager. You have the glossy version. You're sharing it with your constituents. These are some of the really high-level takeaways, top line from that. Through the county-funded programs in the past 5 years, almost 8,000 people have been served, whether that be in outreach or shelter or housing. 7,200 people have gone through one or more county shelter programs. That's a lot. And over 2,200 have been housed, started a pathway towards housing. And then, of course, we're doing a lot with our partners. This is 4 very small bullets. There's many, many more examples that all of you have been really integral in. Of course, we have our city-county partnership agreement, which has been sort of the highlight of our collaboration, and really looking forward to continuing that with the city of Sacramento. As I mentioned earlier, you as well as the city and the continuum of care all really spent a lot of time developing this regionally coordinated homelessness action plan. Definitely hearing from some of you, maybe having that be a little more actionable as we look towards funding challenges and whatnot in the out years. And you've also done some really impactful things in the smaller suburban communities. Sometimes those get lost because they're not as big and shiny, but a couple of things to highlight. We were able to provide the city of Citrus Heights funds to have a navigator for the first time and see that impact. And I think next week we might be celebrating the groundbreaking for one of the phases of the Veterans Village in partnership with the city of Rancho Cordova. And many, many more examples every day. I think that Brian Pedro said last night as well, is that there's sort of this assumption that we're not working together. I'm working with Brian and with my counterparts in all of the cities virtually weekly, and certainly with the COC as well. And so really proud of the work we've done and really appreciative of all of your support to get us here. That stops my slides, and I'm happy to hand it to Brian, but I'm also happy to take more questions or comments.
I do have a few questions. One of them is, I appreciate looking at the 4-year outcome summary, but can I have it broken down by year so that we can see whether we are progressing or whether we're doing better at with all of these different services? And then the other one is on the city-county partnership agreement. Have we added additional goals to the agreement, or is it the same as it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago?
2.5 years ago, or 3.5. We had 1.5 years to go in the 5 years. So we have not modified the partnership agreement. So the report is attached here, and the big story is we've accomplished everything. But it really did set the groundwork for continuing work. If the board and the city want to revisit that, that's certainly opportunities. But at this point, we haven't modified it.
So I do appreciate the collaboration, but if we don't continue to move the target, the county met its obligation, I want to say, within the first year or so-ish?
For the most part, yeah. And, preview for the next item, I think that's sort of part of the impetus for the work that we're doing around governance. Like, is it just a renewal of the partnership agreement? Is it that plus, sort of rethinking how we organize a homeless system of care? I think some of those decisions might lead us to modifications of this agreement, potentially other agreements with other cities.
So then what does the county do now? We've met our obligation. We met it a long time ago. So now what? Do we meet with the city on the agreement, but the county has met its obligation? So then
Yeah, I mean, some of the obligations are ongoing, like sustaining the HEART team, and that happens on an ongoing basis. And some of it was really just sort of setting the stage for collaboration, which happens on a daily basis in formal and informal settings with the city. But certainly, if there's new benchmarks that the city or the county wanted to introduce, I think that would be a great conversation.
And how does one go about doing that?
Well, David, I assume that would go through you and Mayor
I think the next
Keisha?
item would probably be a good time to have that discussion.
Okay. So yeah, if I can get those numbers on top broken down to the year, that would be great. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I keyed up at the beginning of this slide because I wanted to talk a little bit about the partnership agreement, having participated in that with Supervisor Kennedy. But first, I want to echo what you said about Brian Pedro, because I want to mention that as well. He was at our meeting last night with Watt Avenue Safe Stay, and really appreciated his partnership, and Councilmember Dickinson being there, because regardless of what you may hear or the public may hear in the media, at the staff level, the county and city, and even at the elected level, we're working actually very productively together. The partnership agreement is a roadmap. It's not a static thing. Staff is still utilizing that, turning to that, implementing efforts that the county committed to via that partnership agreement. But I do think that it is time for us to sit down and find out do we need to open that up? Do we need to amend it? Is there more the county could be doing? Is there something we could be doing maybe in a different manner to improve the success in the city of Sacramento in particular? And certainly I'm happy to continue to be a part of that. But it has been a success, and it's the only one between a city and county, urban city and county in the state of California, and in terms of identifying the roles and responsibilities, committing the county to certain things that really are above and beyond what we would be legislatively or legally required to do. It's a great document to start from, but it needs to be updated and see where we can do new things in support of the city.
I agree.
David Villanueva.
Thank you.
You're a supervisor now.
I would just add that the partnership agreement was something we did several years ago. It does have a start and an end date, but we continue to work with the city day in and day out, as Emily said many times while she sat here, about how, although those particular items did have a start and a stop date, we continue to do things and partner with the city of Sacramento. I have a great relationship with the city manager. I have a great relationship with all the city managers, and staff have a great relationship. And I know I continue to hear that there's some sort of tension between us, and I don't see where that is other than the comments and maybe the benefit for some of those folks that would like to see that tension between it. But I also wanted to say that over the last couple, well, at least the last year, we've been spending an incredible amount of time, rightfully so, to be focused on educating and sharing with different individuals and organizations out there in the county's area. And while we haven't necessarily solved homelessness, by some of the data that Emily has shown you today, we've made a considerable effort towards it and a considerable investment. This is an incredibly complex item that we need to do, which includes not only the individuals and their complex needs, but also the funding and the complex needs of the funding. Much of the funding is one-time funding, so we start and stop. But one of the things I asked Emily to do for today was to kind of give us a big picture of what has happened. Not only is it to help with all of you, to share information, and we have our homeless sheet that we've asked for, and I've been checking off all the items. This is consistent with what was provided today. But I just felt it was important that we share not only what we've done with the partnership agreement, but what we've invested and what we've done to the entire county, through the entire county with those partnerships, not only with the city of Sacramento, but also the Citrus Heights example was one, Rancho Cordova is another one, and we partner with all of them. I also wanted to just take a moment to thank Emily for her outstanding work and her dedication of her department, her mighty 29 staff that she has, and all the great work that she does. You know, Emily came to us in 2020, and shortly after that created the Department of Homelessness and Housing Department in 2022-ish. And so over the last 3 years, she's stood this up and really been focusing on pulling together programs and resources and really looking at the funding and partnerships and how do we continue to reduce or eliminate homelessness. But under Emily's leadership has been incredibly beneficial to me as we bring policies to all of you and continue to drive that goal of reducing homelessness in here. We've opened Safe Stay, as she said. We've served thousands and thousands of people and families, and we are getting people off the street. Although we do have some naysayers that would like to benefit from us showing that we are not doing anything. I think we've spent an incredible amount of time, and we're showing the results now that we are actually doing this. And this is all a lot contributed to not only the work and support that we get from the board, but also from Emily's advice and drive and passion for the folks that are still on the streets and continue to help those folks. So with that, I'd just like to say thank you to Emily. I believe Emily and her team are the best in the state, and I put her up against any of the other homeless directors that are out the state. And as we set up our model here in Sacramento County, we've seen other people repeat that model. And so I think other people, I think she quoted Brian Pedro, if there was a magic bullet, everybody would be doing it. I think we are doing good things. The partnership agreement, setting up the Department of Homelessness and Housing, and having Emily here in our team. So thank you, Emily, for everything that you do.
David, so do you believe that that this next pit count will have a reduction in the individuals that are homeless?
I believe the pit count was artificially low last time, and I do not think it's going to be a reduction. I think Emily said it earlier, I believe this too, it's not exactly the most accurate way of collecting data, and I think there might have been some inconsistencies maybe with the last time it was done. But no, I don't. And one of the things we can't prevent is people coming into the county to be part of that counting system.
Mm-hmm. So I don't mean to put you on the spot here because, you know, I've been here 15 months. And in those 15 months, you know, I'm oftentimes really challenged by the pace. And I've had conversations with you about things moving forward, and it seems like things just don't get traction, or there's traction, or there's some kind of traction, but yet, you know, it just seems like it's moved incrementally, considering that we have a very significant problem on the streets of Sacramento. And so what data do you look at that says that Sacramento is really on the forefront as being an example of maybe leading the effort in reducing homelessness?
I think this entire PowerPoint was a good sample of what we've been looking at. That was the intention of the PowerPoint, was to share all the different things. And we haven't gotten the behavioral health side of things.
Right, that's the easy part.
So I've also set key data points for homelessness and housing. They share those with me. We've also asked the board, what does success look like for each of you? Tell us, and we will measure those things. But it seems to be that the latest idea coming from the public is the ones we need to focus on, and that doesn't give us a chance to respond. We can't build 350, I think it is, 350 beds on Watt Avenue overnight. It takes some time. Just the purchasing of that property took almost a year, I think.
Yeah.
So it takes a bit of time to get through some of these things.
So then when you claim as Sacramento being really on the forefront, is it because we're comparing Sacramento County to other counties and the efforts that are being made? Or the outcomes? The outcomes? Yeah.
I'm not comparing outcomes to the other organizations. I'm just looking at the things that we have done and the impacts that we have made.
Yeah. In regards to Watt Avenue Safe Stay, the building was purchased in 2022. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
I think it was November of 22 from what I looked up, but I wasn't sure. So. I mean, it's been 4 years. It'll be, 4 years pretty soon, and to me, that just seems like a really long time to get something going for, approximately 300 people, and the cost was very high. But yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
I agree. I agree that the pace could be faster on a lot of different things, but I think we're faced with a lot of different other challenges, but it's not from a lack of effort on the staff side to get things moving as quickly as possible. We are not intentionally or willingly making the process slow.
I agree. I don't think that is the case, but what, in 15 months when, I can go back and look at, are we in a better place today than we were even a couple of years ago? And I don't know. It doesn't feel like it. It feels like things really take a long time, and I've shared my frustration about the movement within homelessness, and so you kind of have to ask the question, where's the pain point of being able to move this incredibly massive problem that I know all 5 of us are overwhelmed by, our constituents, our business owners. People are homelessness is really the one of the main issues. It takes up the majority of my time and effort with my district, but it's the movement that I think, and I got to give credit. The next item has a discussion on where that movement goes, and I appreciate that. But it is definitely, I think, an opportunity for us to increase the pace, because ultimately we still have people dying in the streets of Sacramento County. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, with respect to the Safe Day, I mean, that occupied a large part of the discussion last night about our collective frustration with the pace of this because it's so desperately needed. But I just wanted to call out a couple things. Statewide, that partnership agreement that we struck, city and county, is an example of urban, county, and city working together in a way that has not happened in other jurisdictions throughout the state, large cities and counties. A lot of the challenges, and I've said this till I'm blue in the face, I know several of us have, things are being laid at the feet of the county that the county has zero control over. We cannot control how a jurisdiction handles their law enforcement, their code enforcement, their economic development efforts. That is not a county role in a city. So I think it's also important to keep in perspective what the county's role and what the county can control, but also that a lot of the challenges we face in the state of California, any county or city government, is also the result of some state level policies that we have limited control over. Now, we have seen some changes in those state policies that I know I'm look forward to talking with Dr. Quist about in the next presentation. We've seen changes. We've seen CARICOR, Laura's Law, SB 43, changes in Prop 1, Prop 36 changes that I think all impact some things that we can do with respect to our response to street level homelessness. But I want to just end it before Emily exits the stage. I was going to thank her at the very end, but since you started it, David, I do want to pile on with you, Emily. I will say, Emily, I really bristle when I hear people critical of you, because I think you have done an outstanding job, and you and I have had disagreements, I think, philosophically about the way I approach certain things, maybe in my district, have been some of the law enforcement relations and coordination. But you have been so great at being open-minded to trying different things, and you are never someone to say we have done enough, we can take our foot off the gas. You are as frustrated and probably more frustrated than almost anybody at the lack of progress and wanting more progress than we've seen, but we have made progress, and it's largely due to your leadership. So I appreciate the work you do with my office in particular, and I appreciate everything you're doing for Sacramento County and in support of our partners in other jurisdictions and in the nonprofit world. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, David. It's you don't do this work if you don't have a thick skin and a deep passion. So I do appreciate that. And with that, I'll pass it off to Dr. Quist for the easy part of it.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you.
All right. All right, good afternoon. Ryan Quist, Behavioral Health Director. We're going to now go through some of the big changes that have happened over the last few years around our behavioral health service continuum. So to start off, our basic approach to this whole context is that we're really trying to promote a seamless connection between our treatment services and our housing support. That's really our main focus, and that's both on the mental health side as well as on the substance use side. And then the other thing we want to just do a brief reminder is that under all the state regulations, as well as pretty much every single one of our funding mechanisms, our population that we're assigned to prioritize are those with a serious mental illness and a substance use or a substance use disorder. To jump right in, over the last, since I've been here, I got here in 2019, I think our main focus has been on expanding access to care. Undoubtedly, we have been working towards trying to find new ways to expand access to care. We've been working on increasing our treatment capacity, and we're working on making sure that we're getting the right individuals connected to the right level of support throughout the entire continuum. And in terms of the way that we're doing our actual strategies towards homelessness, we're working on reducing and preventing homelessness. We're also really focusing on reducing crisis utilization. You can see that through our partnerships with 988, our community wellness response team, our increasing of capacity as it relates to crisis stabilization type of programs. And we're also improving and expanding our access points. And so the idea is to get people into care as timely as possible, and then making sure that they have connection to those housing supports. So over 6-month time period from July to December 2025, 1,273 residents were connected to behavioral health care. So I just want to give you a little bit of a point in time snapshot of how many people we're connecting to services. And how we're doing that is we are doing that through our relatively new HEART program. It was not here 2019. This is a relatively new program. It's ramped up. It has about a staff of about 31 folks. 23 of those are out there doing the frontline work in order to get people connected to services. And then the other thing we've done is it used to be that in order to get into services, you had to come through a county access point in order to get linked with services. And we have abolished that more or less. I mean, it's still there if you want to use that as a mechanism, but you're not required to go through our county access point in order to get connected to care. So we now have 58 countywide walk-in sites that includes, you're used to hearing me talk about the 11 core sites that are geographically distributed throughout Sacramento County. Each one of those has a walk-in community wellness center that's peer operated, they're specifically designed in order to be welcoming and attractive to our unhoused neighbors, providing things like laundry services, showers, food, other activities in order to help start developing connection with benefits as well as employment. That also includes our FIT programs, which is our youth programs, which also have walk-in capacity, and all of our outpatient substance use disorder treatment programs also have the walk-in capacity. So total across our whole system, we have 58 countywide walk-in sites. As a course of that 1,273 also includes our all the other new programs that we've been implementing. That includes all the ones that Supervisor Desmond just listed: Care Court, Assisted Outpatient Treatment, or Laura's Law, includes SB 43, includes all the brand new programs that we've been implementing across those continuum. So, the other one I wanted to mention to add to your list is one of the other ones that we're really focusing on is, of course, is working with our partners in the courts in terms of diversion. When individuals we have, with your support and approval and leadership, have created resources that are conducting assessments on individuals who are currently in our jails in order to help identify who among them may be eligible for diversion out of those jails. So we've definitely expended and invested in that program area as well. So now this slide shows you our big picture on the treatment bed capacity that we've been focusing on. So this is treatment beds. In a moment, we'll get to some other beds, but these are treatment beds. So overall, across all of our different bed types, we have seen a 94% increase in the number of beds. That is within our substance use residential beds, that's within our acute and subacute beds, and we've implemented a new level we call augmented board and care, which that didn't exist before. So we've really heavily invested here. I do want to comment a little bit on the acute subacute topic and remind that we a few years ago, when the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program, or BCHIP program, which was a state initiative that was created in order to invest and create new treatment facilities throughout the state of California. In order to help guide us in terms of where we wanted to invest those, we did do a study with RAND. We hired RAND to come out and do a study specifically looking at Sacramento County and where our bed needs were. They concluded that we did not have a shortage of acute beds. We did have a shortage of subacute beds and SUD residential beds. So that's where we really focused all of our prioritization around making sure we're continuing to develop those other alternatives. And we've seen a great amount of increase in that area. And we'll continue to see more because all of those projects are still in the works of being worked on. As a matter of fact, today there's a groundbreaking at WellSpace for the Mental Health Rehabilitation Center, which is one of the subacute facilities that we've partnered on making happen. This slide talks about expanded behavioral health housing supports. And so this really represents our full portfolio, and I'm going to go zoom in on some of these other areas, but it includes our permanent supportive housing, it includes our bridge housing, and it also includes what we have traditionally had available for our entire outpatient system is what we have called historically the flexible housing pool, which basically allows our contract providers to be able to identify whatever it might need, whatever an individual family or individual client might need in terms of helping support them through their meeting their housing needs. So that can include rent gap. So that's listed here under rental subsidies that include a brief hotel motel stay while they get established into a more long-term housing situation. That can include deposits. It can include paying their utilities so they don't have to choose between paying their rent or the utilities. So both in terms of helping prevent some people from slipping into being unhoused, as well as helping people who are unhoused to find a new home. In terms of our permanent supportive housing, we are moving towards having 3.6 times the original portfolio that we did in 2019. So in 2019, we had 9 properties with 159 units working, and now we have, in 2026, 18 properties with 583 units. I can't take credit for all of those because some of them were in the pipeline before I even joined Sacramento County, but we have continued to invest in this as an alternative, as an option in the portfolio of solutions that we need in order to support individuals with behavioral health challenges. This one wanted to highlight our behavioral health bridge housing initiative. Now, this is where I'll flag that some of these numbers were also counted in Emily's numbers that she included. So we don't want to, we do, some of our numbers do intermingle. But I think it is worth calling this out specifically because this is a unique funding stream that was made available to counties, behavioral health bridge housing. And we don't always do so great at sort of bragging about our accomplishments. We put our heads down and do the work, and that's something we're not really great at always bragging. But I wanted you to know that, supervisors, with your support and leadership, that our Sacramento County's Bridge Housing Program has been acknowledged as being one of the really successful implementations throughout the state. And so much so that the State Department of Healthcare Services has asked me to join them in presentations at a couple statewide conferences in order to talk about our successes and sort of highlight the projects that we have implemented. And basically the part that made them so successful is that we were able to get those up and going pretty darn quickly. It was built into the funding source that you had to implement them quickly, but even with that, we were ahead of the game in comparison with a lot of other counties in the state. So we have 146 beds that we've purchased or renovated existing properties. We have 100 interim housing beds across the 3 safe state communities. This is where we have also invested in expanding our sober living beds, which came up a little bit earlier in the conversation. And then we have 105 beds that are for special populations such as families and older adults. Overall, up through February 2026, 450 individuals have been successfully sheltered through these programs. In terms of, we've already talked a little bit about it, but just to highlight a little bit more, under substance use residential treatment, we have increased by 258%. So this is really a great accomplishment to have happen. We implemented the state's, the acronym is DMC-ODS. It stands for Drug Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System. Thank you. And that's basically a new way of delivering substance use services that was an option for counties to opt into. Sacramento County did opt into it and started in 2019. We knew at the time when we opted in that we had a limited amount of residential beds. You can see the number there, 103 beds. And we knew we were going to have to work on increasing the number of beds that were available there. And we have seen a difference, and we continue to see differences and continue to have opportunities to expand additional substance use beds. We're still expecting, let me go back on that. We're still expecting, like, for example, 2026, we're still expecting about 98 additional beds. And then maybe in 2027, I think the estimate was about 148 additional beds. So we're not done yet. We're still going to keep improving and increasing in these areas. Once again, this is highlighting again that there are actually 76 physical locations throughout Sacramento County where we're embedding services. In addition to the 58 sites that I mentioned before, we also have 18 permanent supportive housing properties where individuals are residing and receiving services there on site. We don't call those walk-in sites because we don't want people to think they can go to one of our permanent supportive housing sites and walk in and initiate services there. We would prefer they go to one of our 58 core, fit, or SUD sites in order to initiate those services. And we also have our heart team that's going out mobile field response. So in
Dr. Close, real quick question. When somebody initiates the service, do they come in themselves, or do they come in with the support of maybe a family member or a friend that helps them get to the location?
It can be all of the above. Yeah, it can be. There's all sorts of different ways people do it. We have purposely tried, like I mentioned, to design our walk-in community wellness centers in order to be attractive and welcoming for our unhoused neighbors. So we do hope that they'll come in, and a lot of times, as Emily pointed out, our unhoused neighbors often have developed some serious trust issues around the systems that are available. And so it does often take some relationship building. And so this is an opportunity for them to develop a relationship with individuals there in the community wellness center. And then maybe at some point they become more willing to talk about, okay, yeah, I think I do want services. I do want to see things change in my life, and become willing to provide all the information that's needed for assessment, not only their name and social security number, but then they actually, as they go through this assessment process, they have to tell their personal life history to a complete stranger. And so the more we can develop that relationship in advance to that, the more comfortable and easy it is for an individual to be open up to that process.
Does that information go into HMIS or into another secure medical record system?
We do. All of our providers are working with HMIS, and that is a requirement that we have for our contract providers. But in addition, we have an actual electronic health record where we maintain the actual health record component of it.
Thank you.
And so sort of this is to revisit to the beginning. What we said we were trying to do is we're trying to increase access, we're trying to increase treatment, and we're trying to increase stability in housing options. And so these are how we're working towards these goals. We know we're not done. We're going to keep doing this amazing work.
One moment. Supervisor Desmond?
I can wait till he's done. I'm sorry.
I think I am.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate the presentation. I also appreciate that. I think it looked like we wove into the homelessness report that Emily prepared, kind of the treatment, the healthcare and treatment, and we really hadn't had that featured. Because a lot of times these are happening concurrently, right? I mean, the treatment the healthcare people are getting, and it should almost be overlaid with the housing. The behavioral health continuum should be overlaid with the housing continuum because they're inextricably linked, obviously. So thank you for that. A couple questions I have for you. One is I want to talk about the interventions in particular. And you, when I talk interventions, I'm talking about Laura's Law or the Care Court. Now, I know those aren't exclusive to people who are unsheltered, homeless, but they end up serving the majority of the population that they serve are people experiencing homelessness. Can you tell us how we have done in Sacramento County in terms of both of those programs and I guess SB 43 implementation as well?
Laura's the assisted outpatient treatment, I don't have the numbers right off the top of my head. I think I would make up a number. I better not say a number.
Okay.
In terms of Care Court, it was as of March, we had 144 petitions that had been filed in Sacramento County. It is a smaller number that are actually getting care plans, but I think that one of the things, when the state talks about Care Court, a lot of times the narrative is around if they're getting a care plan that's ordered by the court, that's their measure of success. That's not how I would measure success. I would measure success in that we become aware of these individuals needing our services and that we work very proactively in order to try to engage them into services. So there are also a number of folks that have engaged in services voluntarily without having to go all the way through the Care Court process, but came to our attention as a result of the Care Court process. And so I think that it's a bigger picture in terms of what sort of an impact that program's having.
Okay, and I think it's something that comes up in a lot of discussions. Just recently, last week, with Supervisor Hume and I, with the folks from Region Business, and I think the public's perception was that between Laura's Law and Care Court, this was really going to be a panacea. This was going to be the silver bullet, so to speak, that helped the people that we see out on the streets going through an acute kind of crisis. And the reality is that has not been the case. So I think I don't know if we incorporate it into this presentation, but will we be delving into that in more detail anytime soon at the board? I'm looking at Siobhan. I think it'd be important to get
Yes.
a little more deeper dive into these programs.
We have been getting a lot of questions about these programs, and so I know Dr. Quist is working on some tools to help educate not only the board, but the community in general and our city council partners as well.
How we're stacking up with other, similarly sized counties, I think is important.
Absolutely. And I would also just add that on our website, there are data dashboards, so assisted outpatient treatment, how many petitions were filed, how many folks graduated, all of that information for care court assisted outpatient, it is on our data dashboard. So just type in Sacramento County AOT dashboard and you'll see it.
Okay, thank you. And then, so also along kind of the interventions, I think about, Prop 36. Passed with a very large margin, and even people disagree with it now realize that, okay, we may not have supported this initially, but we do support having the resources to be able to provide those diversion resources for people that end up being eligible under a Prop 36 violation. So I think it'd be important to talk about that as well, Siobhan, in that conversation. And something else maybe to weave into it also is the other core program that, I've talked to Siobhan and Eric about quite a bit with the DA's office bringing up this issue. And this is the program for people that are the chronic offenders, at some point after they commit so many misdemeanors, I think 10 or whatever it is, how do we use that to leverage them into a treatment type program? So I think that's another intervention that we need to get a little more information about and the success of it and how we can do a better job. A question I had for you is in terms of the well space, they call them the CRIB. I don't know what it's called now. It's the Crisis Receiving Behavioral Health. What's the county's formal role in supporting those, and what's the kind of the status of those? Because I hear great things about those.
We continue to fund it. We took it from a per bed sort of program because we couldn't get Medi-Cal. We want to get some federal revenue in order to continue to maintain that. So we are spending as little of the local county dollars as we possibly can. So we changed it over to an urgent model very similar to our urgent care clinic, which is a Medi-Cal billable type of a program. So we continue to fund that program.
Okay. And it's not, I know this is not a 5150 W&I hold kind of situation, but it is a place for even law enforcement to go drop someone off who's in the throes of an addiction crisis or under the influence or something. And I just went to an opioid coalition meeting a couple weeks ago, and I think we got to continue to get the word out to our law enforcement partners that these are available. And they were, the CHP officers who were there were like, we had no idea about this. So I think we could probably, Jonathan Porteous was there actually, was able to educate them directly about it. But I think we got to make sure we continue to educate our law enforcement partners about those CRIB resources in particular. I think they're really important. A couple other things really quick is I did want to comment on the beds. This is remarkable, I think, the progress we have made in the last few years. Obviously, just like with the housing continuum, we need a heck of a lot more of it. But I'd like to see two things. One is, have we met the recommendations that RAND came up with? Have we achieved that? That's, I guess, my first question. And how does it stack up with, again, I think it's important. It's not a dispositive factor, but it is important to compare us with other counties and how they're doing and they're expanding these behavioral health resources. So can you respond to both of those? Number one, the RAND, how far that gets us to what RAND recommended, and number two, how are we looking in comparison to other urban counties of similar size?
I just want to first add in just a little bit of complexity. The RAND study, its recommended number of beds actually included both our Medi-Cal that we're responsible for, as well as non-Medi-Cal / private insurance. So it's a little bit hard for me to, conclusively say done. But if we're looking at the right, and we're in the right ballpark for acute. We're getting in the right ballpark for subacute with the groundbreaking with the MHRC at WellSpace today. When that's done, I think that we're going to be pretty darn close to the numbers recommended by RAND. And then with our 150-ish beds next year for SUD residential, we're going to be pretty darn close to the numbers that we were targeting. The one other area that we also targeted as a part of that were youth beds, and so we are continuing to work on the youth facility that we got funded through the BCHIP Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program funding. That one should complete construction in March 2027, so hopefully get licensed and then open shortly after that. That we're now looking at that being about 32 beds, so we're hoping that also helps us get to what we need to be for youth.
Okay, and I think you don't need to answer the second part of my question now, but maybe a follow-up about how we stack up in terms of our both inpatient, outpatient behavioral health resources with other counties. I think that would be, I would like to see that. And then the final thing, Dr. Quist, I think we should always keep in mind the sort of Damocles hanging over our head, which is HR 1 impacts. How does the changes to Medi-Cal, how does that jeopardize some of the progress we've made? What are some of the things that you are talking about with the association, statewide association, and here locally?
I think one of the main things I'll flag that we've been thinking about with our state association is that as people come off of Medi-Cal, what happens is that people with mild to moderate, people who have brand new behavioral health needs that are not as serious as those that we typically serve, they would normally get services through managed care plans through their Medi-Cal. And if they fall off of having coverage, we know that when people don't have coverage, they are less likely to seek care when they have a mental health challenge. So what we're worried about is that individuals will not seek care early and often, like we would want them to, with their Medi-Cal through a managed care plan. They're going to wait until things get so dramatically challenging that then they're going to need to access our system. So we're expecting to see maybe a little bit more of a demand, and of course then those folks might be uninsured, and so that's something that we're worried that we're going to have to keep an eye out for.
Dr. Quist, I have a question for you or Siobhan. There's a program that if somebody has so many citations or violations after 10, the DA can refer them to a program. And I want to, is it CORE? Uh-huh. And there was $2 million that was set aside for that. And how does that program work in compared to the discussions that we're having right now?
And okay, so this is and this is what I wanted to make sure it was connected to what Supervisor Desmond was just talking about.
Is that okay?
With the chronic offender program, and so we're talking about the same thing here. And we have not officially come to you with the $2 million, but that is what we're working towards. Is a program that would cost about $2.2 million that would provide enhanced sober living environment that would have on-site outpatient substance use disorder treatment. And so we're still working on developing that, and we're going through a procurement process, so I think I'm normally supposed to be careful what I say about it publicly. But we are, right. But we are pursuing that as a partnership with the DA's office.
And I would just add, in the meantime, while we're pursuing that request for proposals to set up a more robust program, we do have 70 beds through our Prop 47 grant at the Salvation Army shelter, and we have on-site services that behavioral health has brought in through Monarch to do substance use treatment. So the core program participants, the DA can refer into that program and require folks to participate in that as an interim step.
I can't remember offhand the challenges with the Salvation Army. Was it?
It's a congregate living situation, so it's not like a safe state community. What we're working towards in this request for proposals, and once again, this will be an established program, specifically a enhanced sober living environment, is to be able to ensure that folks are living alongside other folks in the program who are also having the same treatment goals. So once again, we'll get there, but these things, procurements, take some time and effort.
Do we have an expected time? Because I was under the impression that when we met about this program 6 weeks ago, that it was already in the works.
In the works, meaning in discussions with the district attorney's office. Dr. Quist and his team did meet with the DA's office, got approval on the program scope and the type of program they want, and so now the RFP has been launched.
Okay, thank you. All right, Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, let me just start off by echoing what I said at the beginning of Emily's presentation relative to the work that you do and the difficulties you face, and the fact that you probably have a lot of pundits and armchair quarterbacks that have ideas, and we probably pile on in that regard. Maybe intentionally, maybe unintentionally. So I do appreciate how difficult it is. And Emily said something about the easy part, and I don't know if she was referring to her piece or your piece. Neither one is easy, but at least for Emily's piece, if we build more roofs, we're going to make more progress there. But dealing with miswiring and things that are broken without easy ways to find good solutions is a bigger task, I believe. And it's even more complicated when you have that razor's edge that Supervisor Kennedy alluded to relative to civil liberties and societal norms or expectations or the social contract. And there were solutions, quote unquote, that were available that have fallen out of favor, perhaps for good reason, that make the job even more difficult now. And so I just want to kind of hone in on that, in that if we were to walk out of this building and head in any one of the cardinal directions, we would encounter people who are not well. And they are not well for a variety of reasons, but nonetheless, they are out there suffering and ostensibly not getting the help that they need. I think a portion of that is probably due to their own resistance. In some cases, we hear about that. Maybe they don't even know that they're sick. But the criticism that gets levied is that we're failing at what we're doing. And the slides I just saw tell a different story, that we've actually increased our capacity, which I think would be the most obvious choke point. There's other pieces relative to sort of what Supervisor Desmond was talking about of an education piece of alternatives to incarceration or things that can be utilized in the short and the long term relative to how we go about getting people into these services. Because in some cases, I do think there has to be a level of compelling a choice, and then we'll evaluate whether or not that choice takes root, right? And so I guess, my question, in as quickly as you can kind of sum it up, what do you think is the biggest gap, real or imagined, that would counter the criticisms of that the county is not doing what we ought to be doing? Because it's tough to, for me, imagine how we can be more effective without being with some of the constraints that we have to deal with relative to, the hand that we've been dealt, so to speak.
I don't know. If I knew the answer to that, I'd be up in legislative
Well, we want to be the
chambers,
tip of the spear. We want to be the county
telling
that the
everybody exactly what it was. But I think the bottom line, though, is that this is a complex problem, and I don't think it helps when there are state initiatives that try to simplify it down to one thing or another thing. I think this is a complex problem and needing complex solutions, including, I'll add on to some of the comments that Emily made, we see a huge problem with affordable housing. We see individuals who, their livable wages, the wages that they're making aren't making enough in order for them to be able to afford housing within this market. We have staff working in some of our programs and our contractors programs that are having a hard time finding housing for themselves, let alone trying to find housing for those that they're serving. And it's just such a complex situation. It makes it even more difficult if you have a mental health challenge, that you're dealing with that on top of the economic challenges that we see our communities experiencing. Sorry, I don't have the simple answer.
You don't have a simple answer, and I appreciate your point, and I concede that point, absolutely. But housing is a supply, that's a supply constraint, that there are other issues, some of which are statewide regulations, et cetera, that's holding that up. I guess I would say, though, if I were to go back to that walk in any direction comment, the folks you're going to find out here just blocks away, housing certainly eases stress and strain that they're under. It does not solve necessarily, and solve might not be the right word to use, but that doesn't change their station in life.
Just to give you some really simple examples. And I don't mean to oversimplify this, though. This is much more complex than this. But, we hear from our HEART team that there are individuals who would be much more willing to engage into treatment if we could show them an affordable house right now. If we could walk them to a house, they would be much more likely to engage in services, especially around substance use. If we said, here's a house, the deal is you need to go in this house. If you want to go in this house, you have to engage in substance use services. They'd be much more
We
likely
can't do
to
that, though,
engage in services.
from what I've been told.
So some of our housing environments do have, like, for example, sober living environments. We do have some of those situations set up where the understanding is you need to be connected to services as a part of that. But you're right, it's complex.
Can I also just add one thing? In addition to the housing, as Ryan said, there's a lot of laws, a lot of state initiatives, both that protect people's rights as well as pathways to compel them to treatment. A lot of folks think that the county makes those decisions about who we can compel to treatment, and usually the county's role is really to assess, refer, do a petition, and we are doing those things in concert with our partners. And it's still up to a judge when you take away someone's rights, and I would hope a judge would still make that decision if somebody needed to, if I was in that position of needing my rights taken away. It is still up to the court system to decide who needs treatment and who doesn't. And sometimes folks go into treatment and then they're right back out onto the streets once they're done with their treatment. And so I just wanted to say that that is a misnomer. And I think when we come back, and we will commit to coming back to you to doing some more education, we'll articulate that, because I do think it's something that oftentimes is misunderstood. So thanks.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you for that, Siobhan. I think you summed that up perfectly. And also, I just wanted to lift up what Dr. Quist said as far as, and we know this, and I think this is a very healthy discussion we're having up here. I appreciate this, and thank you, staff, for bringing it all forward. As Dr. Quist said, sometimes over there at that shiny dome, they come up with legislative answers that are very simplistic to a very complex problem. And we see that all the time. And even, for example, and well-meaning, well-intentioned. Look at the Behavioral Health Services Act. I think we all agree we need more housing for people who currently don't have housing, and we need more services with the housing coupled together, and medical housing and all of that. At the same time, they didn't expand the pie. They just divvied it up differently, and we had to eliminate programs that have been proven to be successful. Not only are they proven to be successful as far as prevention, but they're proven to be efficient and economical, and an ounce of prevention and all. And so, we as a county find ourselves in a position of having to implement these changes in the law, even though we have to eliminate programs that we've worked very hard on and put a lot of resources into that are proven programs. So I really appreciate this conversation today.
Okay, are there any requests to speak on this item?
We have no requests to speak on this item.
All right, and this presentation, I can't remember.
Oh yeah, this was just an informational workshop.
All right, okay, all right, next item, please.
Our next item is 41, Homeless and Housing System Partnership Model Update, and select 2 members to the Sacramento Homeless and Housing Board.
Hello again. Okay, so I'm back today to give you guys an update on the efforts that we've been underway, sort of as a follow-up to the last item, with the cities and the continuum of care to develop a new partnership model around homelessness and housing. This has been something we've been talking about quite a while. We've been working on this for over a year in collaboration with the cities as well as the continuum of care, and taking advice from some of the consulting advice we've gotten, including from the October 28th joint meeting. So as a reminder, the last time I was in front of you was early February. At that meeting, we went over where we were at in terms of the recommended option, which had been modified over the course of a few months based on some input we got from the city presentations, as well as from the Continuum of Care membership and from the joint meeting held in October. This preferred model, as you'll recall, used the existing Continuum of Care structure as a starting point to ensure that there was representation from community members, not just elected officials, which was an important ask we heard from community partners. I also, in February, shared the input we had gotten from the cities that we had presented to. All 6 of them at that point we had presented to. Most of them, as you'll recall, were supportive of the county's preferred alternative. And then in February as well, we discussed that the final step that the board wanted to see is for the Continuum of Care to agendize as the cities had and determine their willingness to participate. And if they were not willing to participate, then the board directed the staff to come back to pursue what we called the alternative option, which would keep the Continuum of Care board distinct and separate, and then create what we called the Sacramento Homeless and Housing Board, which was a body just of elected officials. So as you all know, when the city of Sacramento heard this item, which was just a few weeks before I came back to you, instead of the city council weighing in on the model that the community had been working on, they directed their staff to start working on a JPA structure. In that, the Board of Supervisors had already indicated that they weren't interested in a JPA. You directed staff to continue moving the model that we had been working on and that the other cities had weighed in, and to seek that concurrence from the Continuum of Care Board. So the board sent a letter to the Continuum of Care chair asking them to agendize this item for the April meeting, which is next week. The Continuum of Care has indicated that they would prefer to wait for the city council to discuss the JPA option before taking any model in front of the Continuum of Care board. We do understand that the city of Sacramento plans to have their JPA options in front of the city council at the end of this month on April the 28th. And we do continue to hope that that meeting will result in a vote that will give some clear direction on where the city of Sacramento is and hopefully better aligned with where you have been moving towards and the other cities have as well. However, given that the board gave direction to staff in February to keep this item moving, and given that the COC's preference at this point is not to agendize the item, and there is still some uncertainty about when we'll have a definitive timeline from the city of Sacramento, we're back today to seek your input on some next steps to move the alternative option, as well as make an appointment or 2 appointments to the future Sacramento Homeless and Housing Board. I do want to note that there's a lot of moving pieces here, and I recognize that, and we're trying to both keep momentum but also continue engaging with our partners. So should the city of Sacramento take action on the 28th of April that does better align with the recommended option that we've all been working towards, and then should the COC choose to agendize that model or a similar model immediately afterwards, it may be appropriate for the board to pivot and rejoin back with our partners, which has been our goal all along. So today is a lot of moving pieces, but to keep that momentum going, we're asking the board to recommend appointment of 2 of your members to the board of the Sacramento Homeless and Housing Board, and give staff any additional direction as we start moving towards the alternative option. I do have a meeting scheduled with the cities coming up ahead of the city of Sacramento's item, but anticipate knowing a lot more by the end of April. With that, I'm open to any questions. I know there's a lot of moving pieces, and this seems to change every week, so happy to take any questions or recommendations for moving forward.
Emily, I want to thank you for bringing this item and moving this item forward. It is very complex, considering that we have, one of the big cities who's a major partner, who we want to ensure that they have the support they need. That is looking at a different option. But I think it's important that we continue to move forward, even though there isn't clarity on what the roles and responsibility will be of the Sacramento Housing and Homeless Board with the other jurisdictions. But I am very interested in being a part of this particular board. I think that, having experience really, being one of the cities that always felt a little bit disconnected and siloed, I see the great value in at least coming together and having those discussions about things that are really important and decisions that are made that impact the other jurisdictions. So I just want to state that I'm very interested in being a part of this board. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I will just also add to that and say that I've been doing a lot of research and a lot of behind-the-scenes work and talking with the outlying cities and trying to find bring the temperature down a little bit just so we can work on a productive path forward and do the work, build the collaboration, get the buy-in, and start maybe from the place of building the plane rather than hiring the pilot, as I've said before. So I am also very much interested in serving.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. And Emily, so what is the process for, because Supervisor Kennedy and I currently are representing Sac County on the COC board, what would procedurally at the COC, can we ask for this to be on the agenda for a full discussion by the COC board? What is the process for that?
Yes, you can, and you did. Well, what we asked for was it to be agendized for a vote. And Lisa is here, and she may want to speak to this. They have offered. They did previously offer to agendize it without a vote. Again, wanting to hear the full play out of the City of Sacramento's option. But yes, I believe any member of the COC board can ask for something to be agendized.
So, which I will certainly be pursuing that. I mean, it's frustrating to me that we cannot find alignment with the COC to pursue this, because I'm firmly convinced and resolute that our COC should involve elected officials as a majority decision-making, as part of a majority of the decision-making body at the COC. We are the electeds are the ones that are held accountable in the community, the only ones really held accountable in the community. What are our options? Yeah. What happens if we agendize this and it's voted down at the COC and we wanted to go our own way? What would happen in terms of the governance and the funding for this new structure that we create?
Well, at this point, I think you have multiple options. The first being you could move forward today with the Sacramento Homeless and Housing Board, which would be an independent board, independent of the COC. So nothing would happen at the COC. Presumably the two of you would maintain your membership there. And then there would be this Sacramento Homeless and Housing Board, which would be all electeds, and we would start working with the other cities to identify their members. And on one alternative is that you could wait to take action on the Sacramento Homeless and Housing Board, because we know the City of Sacramento is going to, we know they're agendizing an item on the 28th. Hopefully that will result in a decision and firm direction from the city, because that is the biggest unknown. If the city on the 28th, the City of Sacramento on the 28th takes action that aligns with the preferred model, which is the reconstitution of the continuum of care, one body, then I think it probably would make more sense for the city and the county to jointly go to the COC and say, we have a shared recommendation. I don't want to speak for the COC, or for SSF. I think one of the challenges they're having is that they have membership with diverse recommendations. I guess the other alternative is, I think those are the alternatives. You could either move forward the SHHB, knowing that depending on what the city does at the end of the month, you might need to sort of backtrack a little bit. We could also not move forward with your appointments today, and I can continue to work with the city, the staff of the cities, to sort of think through what would the SHHB look like independent of the COC, bylaws, charters, sort of timing and logistics for meetings, so to get you a little bit more meat on the bones. The sort of timing of the City of Sacramento's action and the action of the COC really are sort of creating this scenario. I'm not sure if that is clarifying or more confusing.
So, Emily, we had a presentation to all of the cities that agreed to support the county's model, and with the exception of, I believe, it was Citrus Heights, who was neutral. But some of my conversations, I'm not quite sure they were clear on that decision.
You are correct. The city of Citrus Heights was neutral, and the city of Sacramento just pivoted to a different.
Right. And so when you say that we would be backtracking if we moved forward today with it, ideally, the Sacramento Housing and Homeless Board was the initial vision of where we were headed. And if the city of Sacramento decides they want to move forward with the JPA, how would we be backtracking?
My apologies. What all of the cities and the county, the board, agreed to, the preferred option, included the COC. And so this alternative goes back to the COC being separate. And this is related to your direction that you wanted them to vote on that in April. Because they're not agendizing it, obviously they can't vote in April. I do think there's willingness from the COC board to eventually take this for a vote, but they want to know sort of all the options, and Lisa can definitely speak more to that. So what you could take action on today, independent of the COC, is the alternative option that would that is not what I heard was preferred by this board, but was sort of acknowledged that if the COC isn't a willing partner, then that's our option.
Yeah, I do support moving forward, because it would be moving forward with the vision that we initially had of having a Sacramento House and Homeless Board. But I think absent of the COC, we shouldn't hold back. We should just move forward and continue to build on what it is that we want as far as the outcome, and then at that point have a discussion with the COC in terms of what it looks like.
And I think just to note, depending on what the city of Sacramento does on the 28th, if they end up in a space where you were in February, something similar to that, that's when I was suggesting you might want to backtrack to realign yourself with the city of Sacramento, which was the preferred option. I just don't know what they're going to do. They gave direction to staff to pursue a JPA, which has not been something the board has ever supported.
Did you want to go first?
Thank you, Supervisor Hume, because I just wanted clarification on that point, because I watched the meeting.
Yes.
And yours and my interpretation is slightly different in that you said that the direction was to pursue a JPA. Again, we're splitting hairs here, something that I should never do. But what I heard was investigate.
That's probably fair. That's probably more fair. You're right.
Not pursue, but investigate.
Yeah, the direction to staff was to come back to the city council at a later date, which is now April 28th, with some options for development of a JPA. So I believe that the city staff will be bringing one or more options on the 28th for the city council to weigh in on. And one of them could potentially better align with the goals of this board.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. And that's exactly kind of the point that I want to make, and why I'd like to be involved, is because I have shown one of my colleagues up here, only one, to council, only one. But I have socialized it with some other folks in the community as well as other elected on a sort of a different process that acts as a convening of decision makers, that looks at the entire playing field and examines the pieces on the chessboard and how they interrelate. And so two things. One, I agree that I think the city of Sacramento said a JPA or something similar or something else, and I think the acronym that you use is not the important thing. The function is what matters.
Great.
And I would also like to just clarify just slightly that you said no board, this board, or maybe you said this board, or no board, this board hasn't. Anyway, let me get out of the semantics. Okay. Going back to when the COC functions were moved over from DHA to SSF, or to the COC, it was envisioned that it would be a two-pronged effort, and that there would be the COC function and there would be a governing body of some sort that would provide policy direction overseeing, the whole response effort. And so, again, the proposal that I've put together outlines that background. It outlines the 5 pillars, which we did get a letter from SSF outlining kind of the 5 pillars of what they think we ought to be focused on. Very similar, not quite in exact alignment, but very similar to what my proposal talked about and what the senator had said back when she first proposed 802, as well as kind of a list of deliverables and what we'd be looking to get out of this effort. And so I concur that this kind of back and forth of we need to ask them this and then we'll go ask these people that, and it's getting us nowhere. We need to bring the people to the table, kind of take what we did in October with that joint meeting, distill it down with action items, and start advancing down the field.
All right, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, we have 2 requests to speak on this item. First up, we have Lisa Bates. Lisa, please approach the lectern. You have 2 minutes to address the supervisors.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Chair. Lisa Bates with Sacramento Steps Forward. We had a lot of discussion earlier today about how the strongest outcomes we can obtain as the city and the county in the continuum of care are when we work in true partnership. And I think that was evidenced by the praise and appreciation of the city-county partnership agreement, the regionally coordinated homelessness action plan. And so as we also think about how are we going to go to the next level, how are we going to expand that partnership, you do have several governance proposals under consideration, including the city's hearing on the upcoming investigation of a JPA later this month. I will just note that the continuum of care since last fall has been actively and transparently engaging in public discussions to revise its charter, and now we have Emily Halcon and Councilmember Maple on the governance committee to help in the shaping of the charter and the membership and the committee structures. These conversations now include elected officials, service providers, system partners, and individuals with lived expertise. The COC did not take a formal vote on any of the current governance models, and this was intentional as it's thoughtfully trying to consider all the ones that are in process at the moment with key partners, including the city of Sacramento. So the COC did invite the county to present, but wanted to hold on any votes until all the information was present. And as outlined in the letter that we provided today, we do believe, as the collaborative applicant, that any governance structure must be inclusive of government partners, system stakeholders, and people with lived expertise. And for that reason, we're respectfully requesting that the action that you're taking today be deferred until both the city and the county, the city and the continuum of care have had an opportunity to evaluate the request of the county's preferred option. We do remain optimistic that alignment among all partners is achievable, and together we can establish a governance structure that is durable, inclusive, and accountable to the community we serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
And our last speaker is Trent Simmons.
Good afternoon, Trent.
Hey. I think some of this will echo some of the comments that I've heard during the discussion. I just wanted to highlight a few things. First, I want to start by sharing just the 5 core elements that SSF released in that letter that we believe is essential to any future governance model. First, a unified strategy with one plan that is truly recognized and advanced by all jurisdictions. Second, required participation and coordinated access. The closer we get to one front door for all homeless services, the better. Third, pool funding for cross-jurisdictional initiatives and a coordinated investment vision. Fourth, a diverse body of decision makers that includes all local government, key system partners, and people with lived expertise. And fifth, legal and political durability so that the structure lasts. These elements are supported by data from high-performing communities across the country, and I wanted to raise just 2 examples: Houston and Milwaukee. Houston had a 61% reduction in homelessness between 2011 and 2024, and Milwaukee earned national recognition as having the nation's lowest per capita unsheltered homeless population in 2021. Critically, these communities are not structured the same. Houston's system is anchored by a nonprofit backbone. Milwaukee's COC is led by city government. What they share is not an identical governance chart. It's coordinated leadership, data, and accountability. That is why I respectfully urge this board not to move too quickly to stand up the Sacramento Homeless and Housing Board. The county's own memo acknowledges that the city of Sacramento is still exploring other options. The COC Governance Committee has asked to hear all perspectives before any formal action is taken, and that is a reasonable position that I support. So I want you to know that I have absolutely no interest in any narrative that the Sacramento County and City of Sacramento are not working together in full partnership. I want exactly the opposite. And I see a lot of strides between the partnership agreement and other spaces. And it's been incredible to witness. We can't do this work without you. We can't do this work without all of our system partners. So my intent really, as a representative of the lead COC agency in this community, is to see what we can do to take the next step. So that question, I'm realizing that I'm over, but I want to just ask really quickly, if I may, is what would it look like having this body of elected leadership at this end of the City of Sacramento developing a single recommendation to the COC board for consideration? What would it take to get to that point? Thank you.
Thank you, Trent.
There are no other speakers signed up.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. So, Emily, just so I'm clear, so it feels like we have the two options. One is we kind of hold off, wait till the city has their discussion about what they want to do, and see if we could essentially call the question at the COC and see if we can move forward with the reconstituted COC that staff has recommended. That's one option.
I think it's one option. Also, if the city doubles down on a JPA, it also gives you a pretty clear indication.
It would undermine that. No, I get that.
Right,
I get that. We could wait.
Yeah.
And the other option is to move forward right now with this SHHB. But we're still in the same place if the city of Sacramento doesn't support that, right? Because they're
you'd just be sort of moving in parallel. Like we're moving with the SHHB option. If the COC and the city get on the same path, then you can move over.
Either option, whether it's a separate SHHB or it's a reconstituted COC, I think Supervisor Hume's ideas and suggestions about what this body would consider and maybe eventually become, I think would be part of whatever body is formed, either a reconstituted COC or an SHHB. I do feel like we should probably wait until this actually kind of, I guess, comes to a head at the COC after the city of Sacramento has their meeting. I think almost every city in all the suburban cities have some representation on the COC, not electeds, but
Folsom does
staff.
not, and
Folsom
Galt does not.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I sure am loath to see a completely new body created. While you're going to be stuck with the same COC overseeing $40 million, and then you're going to have this new SHHB formed just as a coordinating, I guess, or a collaborative body. I mean, it seems like we should be, in the interest of government efficiency, combining those two things. So
That's $47 million, too. Supervisor Hume?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I just pulled up the proposal I've been working on because it kind of aligns with what Mr. Simmons was just saying. So the 5 pillars that it would contain is that it's a formal structure with authority and accountability. It's resourced and it's funded. It includes SHRA and COC. It includes housing services and response. It includes all qualified jurisdictions. And then the tasks and the deliverables identify the structure of the governing body. And again, I would be loath to stand up a completely new agency, but if the city wants to explore something, this is a path to explore that gets us at the table to explore along with them. It brings in the COC and SHRA to do it. So identify the structure, establish the responsibility and the relationship of the agency with the COC and with the Housing Authority, because all of these things are interrelated. That's what we were just hearing: behavioral health, housing, the different services, the preventative measures. All of this it's a connected system. Define the composition and appointment process, so what that ultimate reconstitution, if it's a reconstitution, if it is a new agency, if it's a clawing back, whatever it is, and then identify the resource funding and the staffing, and so how that sustainability piece comes into play. And so, I'm loath to say this, but this idea that we need to be measured, some version of this proposal has been kicked around for 16 years. And if we wait for the city and the city does this decision and that's not the right decision that comports with what we want it to be, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We have been discussing this the entire time I've been on this board. And probably the same thing could be said for Supervisor Kennedy the entire time he's been on this board. So I don't want to let perfection stand in the way of good. I think it is time for action, and I think it's time to move forward and bring decision-making people together so that we don't have to continue doing this one-off sort of roadshow of consensus gathering. Let's bring the consensus into a room, gather it, and move forward.
So with Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Desmond on the COC, I would like to make a motion to move forward with the Sacramento Housing and Homeless Board with Supervisor Hume and myself appointed to the board.
I'll second any motion that includes me.
All right. Please vote.
That item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Kennedy voting no.
Okay.
And we will keep you abreast of what happens at the other cities. Some of them may be taking action between now and the 28th, and certainly the city of Sacramento is on the 28th. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. All right, well, that concludes the...
And actually, I do have an announcement for the board. The clerk did receive an email regarding from the applicant on item 44, which is the permits for the Quick Quack Car Wash in the Carmichael community. He has requested a approximately 30-day continuance. If the board would like to move that, then the meeting would be May 12th is what we would put that to, and we would need a motion.
All right.
And
I'll go ahead and move the motion to continue to May 12th. Please vote.
And that passes 4-0 with Supervisor Cerna absent.
All right, that concludes our morning. We will adjourn to closed session. Good afternoon. We will now resume the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, April 7th. Will the clerk please call the roll to reestablish a quorum?
Supervisor Kennedy?
Here.
Supervisor Desmond?
Here.
Vice Chair Hume?
Here.
Supervisor Cerna? Absent. Chair Rodriguez?
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, next item, please.
The next item on our agenda is number 42, referral of fiscal year 2026-27 new and newly funded projects in the 5-year capital improvement plan to the County Planning Commission.
Good afternoon, Chair Rodriguez and Board of Supervisors. I'm Colin Bettis, the County Debt Officer. County ordinance currently requires that the board review the new and newly funded projects and send them to the Planning Commission for review. The recommended actions associated with this item include directing the county executive to submit the new and newly funded CIP to the Planning Commission for review, directing the county executive to report back to the board with the Planning Commission's report, and to introduce and waive full reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 21.15 and Section 2.30.070 of the Sacramento County Code and continue to April 28, 2026 for adoption. I'll first describe the new and newly funded projects. The projects represented in this report do not represent the full CIP, but just the new and newly funded projects. There are many projects going on throughout the county, and the full capital improvement plan will be provided during the budget hearings in June. This year, for the Department of Airports, there is one new project located at the Executive Airport, one new project at Franklin Airport, 15 new projects at the International Airport, and 3 new projects at Mather Airport, totaling $18.59 million over the 5-year period. For county buildings and capital construction, there are 19 new projects totaling approximately $31.68 million. The most costly capital project being the main jail elevator assessment and refurbish scope and estimate. And that will be for over the 5-year period. For libraries, there are 5 newly funded projects and 1 new unfunded project, totaling $1.079 million over the 5-year period. For regional parks, There are 5 newly funded projects and 5 new unfunded projects totaling $613,000 over the 5-year period. For transportation, there are 6 new projects. The significant projects in the transportation category are the new AC overlay projects. The total amount associated with the new projects is approximately $217 million. A project to highlight in this section is the Hazel Avenue at US 50 interchange. This project is not entirely new, but the Department of Transportation has broken this very large project into phases, and as such, the project is being represented as new project this year. The project also accounts for the majority of the costs listed within the 5-year time period for the Department of Transportation. For water resources drainage, there is 1 new project for $775,000 over the 5-year period. The action requested for this item is to forward the new and newly funded projects to the Planning Commission for review with consistency with the county's general plan. In addition to forwarding these projects to the Planning Commission, staff is also recommending a change to the county code regarding the capital improvement plan. These changes would provide a consistent threshold of $100,000 for all capital projects for all departments, remove the requirement for the board to refer the CIP projects to the Planning Commission for review, thereby simplifying the CIP process and creating greater efficiencies, and remove the review of the CIP by the Planning Commission throughout the various code sections. Should the board approve these changes to the county code, the CIP would be presented to the board in June with the new projects reviewed by Planning and Environmental Review, which would provide the board with a written summary analysis to support the board's determination of consistency with the adopted general plan and its associated elements. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. There are no questions from the supervisors in the queue. Are there any requests to speak?
We have no requests for this item.
All right. I will entertain a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
That item passes 4-0 with Supervisor Cerna absent.
All right. Thank you for the presentation. Next item, please.
The next item is number 43, Fiscal Year 2026-27 5-Year Technology Improvement Plan for review and approval.
Good afternoon, Rami.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Rami Zachariah, Chief Information Officer, providing a presentation on the County 2026-27 Technology Improvement Plan. We have 2 active and funded projects that are in progress and progressing according to plan. Those projects are the Human Resources Case Management System and the Social Health Information Exchange System. Also, the Department of Technology, working with county departments, have successfully completed the following projects: Property Tax System, the Accela Building Permitting System, Network Firewall Refresh, and a Voting System RFP. We have added 1 new project to the Technology Improvement Plan, and this project aims to replace the County Enterprise Resource Planning System. This is the County Financial, Human Resources, Procurement, and Utility Billing System. SAP note. Let's see here. SAP notified us that our version of the ERP is coming to an end of life, and we need to either upgrade it to the cloud, to their version of the cloud, or get off the same solution. We estimate this project will cost the county somewhere between $25 to $45 million over a 5-year period. We don't expect that this project will start in essence next fiscal year, but we're looking at the year after and the years after that to carry on this project and move forward. This concludes the presentation of the Technology Improvement Plan. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you for the presentation. There are no questions in the queue. Any requests to speak on this item?
We have no request to speak on this item.
Okay, I will entertain a motion.
Move approval. Second.
Okay, motion and second. Please vote. Thank you, Rami.
Thank you very much.
That item passes 4-0 with Supervisor Cerna absent.
Okay, and then 44, we're moving.
Correct. We have continued 44 to May 12th. And the next item on our agenda is number 45, Appeal of Agency Determination for Zone 11A and Zone 11X Drainage Impact Fee for 10150 Pleasant Grove School Road.
Okay. Good afternoon. Oh, wait, hold on. Supervisor Kennedy, did you have a question here? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Rodriguez, members of the board. My name is Luis Rodriguez, Principal Engineer with the Department of Water Resources. I'm going to be presenting on item 45 of the agenda, and I'll be going over some relevant background, the key facts leading to the appeal, and the resolution reached. After that, I believe the appellant is present. They're going to have a few words to share with the board as well. And after that, I'll be answering questions that the board may have. So just general background, Zone 11 drainage fee plan was established in 1965 to fund construction of major drainage infrastructures such as storm drain pipes, basins, channels, and the like. In 1996, the plan was updated to create subzones 11A, 11B, 11C, and 11X, addressing volume mitigation for the Beachstone Lake, that's the latter, and to incorporate drainage components tied to new development projects such as stormwater quality. The appellant owns and is subdividing a 31.46-acre parcel located at 10150 Pleasant Grove School Road within the city of Elk Grove. Some of you may be asking why are Zone 11A fees collected from the county, by the county, rather, from development projects in the city of Elk Grove. There's a few reasons for that. The city of Elk Grove does not have its own drainage impact fee program. This program funds public trunk drainage facilities. Those are serving 30 acres or more of development. It also funds regional flood protection projects that benefit the watershed, such as the Lower Laguna Creek Master Plan of 1996. And it also funds Zone 11 program management, such as this very hearing, preparation for it, and other administrative tasks. Just for a quick visual geographical reference, Zone 11A, shown on the left in the master colored, is watershed base, so it covers the Morrison Creek watershed. The red rectangle shows the approximate location of the project on the east side of the city of Elk Grove, and on the right, blown up location showing that is indeed within Zone 11A and 11X. And a quick screenshot of the layout of the project, which is road improvements and 2-acre residential lots. Now, you allow me to go over the facts leading to the appeal of drainage fees. The city approved a tentative subdivision map for the project known as Pleasant Grove Estates. On June 26, 2025, the city approved improvement plans for the project without obtaining sign-off from the Department of Water Resources and without collecting the required Zone 11A and Zone 11X mitigation fees, totaling around $350,000. The appellant began construction in August 2025 and submitted revisions to the approved plans to the city in December 2025. At the time, staff realized that the drainage impact fees had not been collected before improvement plan approval, and the city subsequently ordered construction to stop and require payment of the outstanding fees to the county. On February 24, 2026, the appellant filed a written appeal pursuant to Sacramento County Water Agency Code Chapter 1.15. As for the proposed resolution, the appellant and the Department of Water Resources reached an agreement for a partial deferral of drainage impact fees. Under this agreement, there will be fees paid up front and some will be deferred. The portion of the fees associated with impervious surfaces to be constructed by the appellant, which would be the road improvements, will be paid now. The rest, the remaining fees, which will be collected from future home builders or property owners, will be collected at the time of building permits. Under this proposal, the appellant will pay $26,570.74 upfront, which will allow construction to resume. The balance of the fees will be apportioned among the 14 2-acre lots created by the final map. The exact amount will vary slightly by parcel, but each parcel is expected to owe approximately $26,330 in today's dollars. I point that out because these fees are adjusted annually for inflation. As part of the agreement, a notice and covenant must be recorded on the mother parcel. prior to recordation of the final map. The appellant shall also inform potential buyers that drainage impact fees must be paid to the Department of Water Resources before the city will issue building permits. The city has confirmed that the final map has not yet been recorded and has agreed to coordinate with the Department of Water Resources to ensure the notice and covenant is recorded correctly. The city has also agreed to place permit holds on the parcels to guarantee that all outstanding fees are collected. Finally, the city and the Department of Water Resources are collaborating to establish safeguards to prevent similar issues in the future. So with that, I invite the appellant.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair. My name is Leticia Ramirez. I'm with the law firm of Thatch & Hooper. We represent the appellant, GEMS Equity Partners. We want to thank staff with DWR, the director, and Luis, the engineer, as well as Division Chief Amitage for their time and collaboration in resolving this matter. As the appellant, we agree to this resolution and we urge the board to adopt staff's recommendation. And we are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
So in your packet, there is the 3 recommended actions that staff is recommended to move forward with. So if the board had any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Supervisor Hume?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank you, Luis, and I want to thank Director Sato for working with the appellant on this item, and I think coming to a reasonable solution. This was a mistake made by the local agency, unfortunately. It was nothing that we did wrong. It was nothing necessarily that the applicant did wrong. They just found out about it at an untimely moment, excuse me, where they couldn't bake it into the financing they had for the project. So I just want to ask about the solution relative to the triggers. First of all, how will there be a cloud or something put on title that will flag it for the city of Elk Grove that when they go to issue building permits, they make sure to collect the fee?
Right, so there's the notice that is going to be recorded now before the map is finalized. So that notice goes with the future parcels and the sales of those lots. In terms of how the city is going to handle that, we're going to have to place building permit holds, or the city is going to place those holds to ensure that before they're issued, that should trigger staff, the city staff, to coordinate with us and make sure that the fees are collected. So owners, future owners, should be fully aware of this by this recorded notice and covenant in their titles.
And so my only concern is that, given the speculative nature of a project like this and the cyclical nature of development in general, the possibility exists that one or several of these parcels could be purchased and never built upon years, decades, who knows. And so I'm just trying to make sure there's a shelf life for this trigger that will last when that building permit is issued.
It should last. These are meant to be in perpetuity for as long as there is a program in place.
And obviously then I saw the clause about successors and everything else, so whether this goes down through inheritance or if it's a fee title purchase, it's going to pass with that. Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
If there's nobody signed up to speak on the item, I would move it. Chair.
Okay, are there any requests to speak on this item?
We have no request to speak on this item.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Passes 4-0 with Supervisor Cerna absent.
All right, next item, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is 46. The board will be acting also as the Sacramento County Water Agency, and this item is to approve the attached resolutions approving the Water Forum 2050 agreement authorizing the chair of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors and the Sacramento County Water Agency to execute the Water Forum 2050 agreement.
Good afternoon, Chair Rodriguez and members of the board. Todd Smith, your planning director, here to just introduce this item. You'll hear from Mike Grinstead and others as part of the presentation. I had the pleasure of serving on the public caucus in the Water Forum for the last several years, along with Liz Bellis, your regional parks director. I want to make note just briefly that the Water Forum itself is actually identified in the county's general plan, the conservation element, as well as our climate action plan. In the adaptation chapter of that document, there is a specific measure related to improving the resiliency of water supply, as well as aquatic ecosystems, which are obviously present in the Lower American River. And so the Water Forum is consistent with both of those documents, and I will turn it over to Mike Grinstead for the presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mike.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. I'm Mike Grinstead, the Acting Chief of Water Supply for the Department of Water Resources. And I had the pleasure of serving on the Water Caucus for the Water Forum update for this Water Forum agreement. So why do we need the Water Forum 20? Well, what is the Water Forum? So if we go to the next slide, we'll see that the Water Forum has two co-equal objectives. Oh, I'm sorry. That is me. We'll see that the Water Forum has two co-equal objectives. One is to provide a reliable and safe water supply for the region's economic health and planned development through the year 2050. And the second is to preserve the fishery, wildlife, recreational, and aesthetic values of the Lower American River. You know, the Water Forum is a legacy document. 40 agencies and organizations united around shared goals, protecting our water supply and the Lower American River. The original Water Forum agreement was signed in 2000. This is 25 plus years of building trust, resolving conflict, and investing in long-term sustainability for our region and for our region's water supply. The impact of the original Water Forum agreement is vast, and a lot of these impacts directly impact the county in a positive way. It advanced critical infrastructure projects, including the Vineyard Surface Water Treatment Plant and Freeport Regional Water Authority intake, which are Sacramento County Water Agency infrastructure pieces. It enabled sustainable development, led significant habitat enhancements, developed a science-based flow standard, provided foundation for regional groundwater management and enhanced conjunctive use. This evolved into our groundwater sustainability agencies that we see today. It fostered rapid, unified response to drought, gained reputation as a leading scientific voice, and created a strong regional culture of trust, collaboration, and transparency. But the agreement got old, right? I mean, from 2000 to 2026 now, we know that there's been quite a few changes. We've talked about climate change, droughts, we've had extreme weather events, growing pressures from new regulations and affordability challenges, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which was what bore the groundwater sustainability agencies. We have a permanent statewide conservation mandate and rising operational and compliance costs for water providers. So the Water Forum 2050, as it was agreed upon, has different program areas, flows and operations, corridor health, water supply sustainability, and has a science monitoring and decision support function, and it have its own governance, funding, and administration part as well. A key piece to the updated Water Forum 2050 agreement is the American River Climate Adaptation Program. The Water Forum is mentioned in the Sacramento County's Climate Action Plan as a new adaptation strategy. This is an improved way to manage water as climate conditions become more extreme. This enhances program areas by voluntarily linking agencies, infrastructure, and policies, creating a truly regional water system. It aims to make water available when and where it's needed, and cold water is preserved in the American River for fish and future water supply. You know, a key stakeholder in the Water Forum is Sacramento County Regional Parks, and thanks to Liz for being here today, Ms. Bellis as the director of that department. They lead landscape scale salmonid habitat improvements, and you've seen that, right? The river getting large gravel and moved around in the river to create rearing and spawning habitat for salmon. There's multi-benefit parkway projects. this is a big success and a critical partnership between the Water Forum and County Regional Parks. The Water Forum is a great way to invest in our future. Here are the different caucuses that are a part of the Water Forum: the Business Caucus, Environmental Caucus, Public and Water Caucus. And I believe today we have 2 representatives of the Business Caucus here today, Mr. Murphy and Mr. Ray, and to kind of support this action today, which we're really thankful for. So thank you, Chair and members of the board. I really appreciate your time today. Again, staff is recommending that you consider approving the Water Forum 2050 agreement and the resolutions attached to this agenda item. And thank you again for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mike. There are currently no questions from the board. Are there any requests to speak?
No.
Okay, I will entertain a motion.
Move approval.
All right, motion and second, please vote.
Passes 4-0.
All right, next item, please.
The next item on our agenda is number 46. This is the HR1 impact and budget requests.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I'm Alicia DeBoard, Governmental Relations and Legislative Officer, here to introduce our speakers from CSAC, our California State Association of Counties. They are going to be presenting on this statewide impacts of HR1. There's no action required of you. This is informational. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia.
I appreciate the lowering of the dais as well. Thank you, supervisors, for allowing us to present. I'm Kimberly Rodriguez. I'm Chief Legislative Advocate for the State Association of California Counties, and I'm here along with my colleague Brendan McCarthy, our Senior Legislative Advocate. So we're just going to go over I know you all are well versed on HR1, and your staff has done a great job in preparing you for the inevitable onslaught that's going to happen, that already is happening and will continue to happen over the next several years. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to run through a quick PowerPoint that we've done and let you know that how CSAC, along with its county affiliates, are working together to advocate on behalf of counties for resources related to HR1. So the first thing is just a really quick, it was signed into law in July of 2025 under the big beautiful bill. It makes a number of changes to Medicaid, which is our Medi-Cal, to SNAP, which is our CalFresh programs. And the major provisions are community engagement, Medi-Cal eligibility changes, Medi-Cal financing changes, CalFresh work requirements, and CalFresh administrative costs. Fundamentally, HR1 basically shifts responsibilities from the federal government to states and counties, and these changes will impose significant costs. As we saw in January, the governor's proposed budget did not include any sort of funding or recognition of impacts to counties related to HR1, and as a result, CSAC, along with its county affiliates, decided to mobilize and to figure out a strategy on how we could change that dynamic as we move into the May revision and the rest of the budget negotiations for the year. The major impacts to counties are, of course, indigent care, our hospitals and public health systems, our county eligibility workforce, and our county behavioral health. So with that in mind, we work together with a coalition of our county partners, which you'll see, which includes our urban counties, our health officers, our public hospital systems, our welfare directors, our rural counties, and our behavioral health. And so with that, we embarked on a two-pronged sort of strategy related to this. The first was education. How are we going to educate the legislature and the administration on the impacts to counties and what that means? Just to give you an example, there are many legislators who, including county staff, who weren't here when indigent care programs were operating to a much greater capacity than they are now, pre-ACA, pre-Medi-Cal expansion. So they don't have a frame of reference of what those programs used to look like prior to those expansion and those efforts. So we needed to educate legislators and the administration on what that means. It means that counties necessarily don't have infrastructure that they did prior. That's all gone. It also means that it's going to take a lot to ramp up in terms of getting that care in place. And it also means the care is going to look different. What people are getting now under Medi-Cal and ACA expansion is not the same as an indigent care program. It's not the same as required under current law, which we'll go into in a little bit. And so it's going to look different. And what does that mean? So we embarked on an education campaign, which we released. The first thing was to basically define the problem. What do we think the impacts are going to be? 2 counties statewide, and we released a fact sheet in February of a range between $6 billion and $9.5 billion statewide. That has to do with costs related to indigent care, costs related to public hospital systems, our eligibility workforce, and other. We wanted to make the point that all of those costs are going to put strain on other services that counties provide, because if we are required under current law to provide indigent care programs, that means you're going to squeeze the budget other places, and that means public safety, that means EMS, that means child welfare, that means elections, things that our residents benefit from and frankly they need. So we embarked on an education campaign led by our president, CSAC supervisor from Santa Clara County, Susan Ellenberg, and our Health and Human Services Policy Chair, Supervisor Holly Mitchell from Los Angeles, along with our 2 vice presidents for CSAC, Supervisor Luis Alejo from Monterey and Supervisor Kent Bowes from Colusa County. They led a group of that coalition that I will go back to, real quick. If I can go back. I'm going forward. Hold on. Bottom button. Bottom one? Okay. Sorry. There we go. That coalition that we led, they all were in the Capitol for part of the Education Day. And we visited over 17 legislators and administration staff and held meetings and talked about what that $6.5 billion ask was to the $9 billion. We also released, that led to a bunch of meetings, and we also released a request just 2 weeks ago that informed what our ask was for the next 2 years. That multi-year budget request, the first year we were asking for $1.9 billion, as you can see in the chart, related to indigent care, public hospital systems, county eligibility workforce, and county behavioral health. That number is what it is because the requirements of the HR 1 law put into effect, some of the requirements don't go into effect until later this year regarding people on Medi-Cal services when they would get kicked off, essentially, and things like that. So the cost for a full year does not really happen until next year. As you'll see in budget year +1, the 27-26 year, that is $4.5 billion that we're asking. I think what we want to talk about in this multi-year request is that for CSAC and for our county family, this is a structural problem for the state budget. This is not a one-year issue. This is going to be a multi-year issue that the state and counties are going to be dealing with for years to come. And if we don't start this investment now, it's just going to get worse later, and our residents are going to suffer. Our communities are going to suffer. We're the 4th largest economy in the world, and from CSAC's perspective, to not provide basic health care in a meaningful way is not acceptable to us. So that is why we've embarked on this campaign, and my colleague, Brendan McCarthy, will go into detail about what is actually behind our multi-year request and how we got to those numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisors. So starting with county indigent care, this is a state-mandated responsibility on counties in Section 17,000 of the Welfare Institutions Code, often referred to as the Section 17,000 obligations. And then there's a lot of case law that was built up in the pre-ACA years to define what that obligation means. It essentially means it's basic medically necessary care. It's not comprehensive health insurance. It's not Medi-Cal. It's emergency services. It's life-saving services. It's basic services to address people's most basic health needs. Under current law and the case law, counties have the ability to set the parameters of their indigent care program. So that is the income thresholds, cost sharing, the specific benefits that are offered. And what that means is these programs varied considerably across the state between the counties. As Kimberly mentioned, with the ACA and the expansion of Medi-Cal, these programs were scaled down considerably. And because of that, the state enacted AB 85. It was a budget trailer bill, which changed the realignment funding that counties previously were given by the state to pay for their indigent programs. So AB 85 did two things. One, it redirected funds that had been previously spent by counties on indigent care based on either a formula or based on actual cost reductions. It also importantly reduced the rate of growth of funds into the health sub-account going forward. And so that reduces the amount of funds that are available for public health and the remaining indigent care programs.
One moment, Brendan. Supervisor Hume.
Hi, I have just a couple of questions for you. First of all, I'm assuming that Sacramento County is an Article 13 county. Correct. Correct. Okay. And then second question is, up at the top, the $761 million versus the $2.4 billion. What is that referencing?
So
I apologize if I missed that.
761 is the first year, so that's the budget year, and 2.4 is the year after that. And that essentially reflects the phase-in of costs. And the reason is that our estimate of the cost to counties to provide indigent care is really focused on the population that is subject to the community engagement requirements or work requirements. Those requirements go into effect January 1, 2027. In Medi-Cal, folks have a 90-day cure period where they can get back into Medi-Cal. And so the assumption is that the people coming to the county really starts in the fourth quarter of the budget year. And so you have a smaller amount of need in 26-27, ramping up to full year costs in 27-28.
So those are the projected costs to all 58 counties?
Yes, that's statewide cost for indigent care costs. And the underlying assumption, as I said, there's a phase-in. It includes, in the first year, $200 million for infrastructure building because these programs have been defunct in many counties. Counties will need resources for staff, for developing policies, contracting with providers, setting up IT systems to track all of this. So there'll be an infrastructure need in the first year. The County Medical Services Program, which covers the northern rural counties, they have a fund balance and so they don't need funding in the first year, but after that they will need funding. And so that's also part of the ramp up in the second year.
And then my last question is, and I apologize if you're going to cover any of this in future slides, on that second bullet point there where each county sets their own standards of eligibility, aid, and care, we had a discussion on this, and I believe the Sacramento County threshold is 138% of federal poverty level. But I would assume there's a baseline threshold for eligibility, aid, and care, and then counties can choose to go beyond that. Is that correct?
It's correct, but what's in Section 17,000 in the case law, they're more like principles of what should be covered, so they don't lay out exactly eligibility income thresholds or the specific benefits that need to be provided. It's more about the principles of what it means to provide basic medical services. And then within that, the counties can set it. So some would set their income thresholds at 100% and maybe had cost sharing at that level, whereas others were 138, 200%. And then post ACA, some counties have increased it quite a bit because of with a smaller population, they were able to be more generous.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Absolutely. So you see here the models, and the next page is just for reference, really, is, oh, that's the wrong one. The map and the counties by model for reference. As we talked a little bit just now about what went into that, and so as I talked about infrastructure, the ramp up based on the actual implementation of the community engagement requirements. I do want to flag Under case law, counties are not obligated to provide indigent care services to those who are undocumented. Some counties do. Historically, some did, some didn't, but it is not a requirement. So our analysis focused on the requirements on counties and focused on the lawfully present population. We focused on work requirements. We did not include folks who might lose Medi-Cal because of the 6-month eligibility redeterminations. The thinking being if those people come to the counties could work to make sure that those who are still income eligible could get back into Medi-Cal. Our estimates also include $50 million per year for public health funding. These are for services that counties provide to folks who don't have insurance, like sexually transmitted infections, infectious disease control, vaccine clinics, for folks who may not meet income thresholds for county indigent care programs but have unmet needs and so may seek those out through county public health programs. And then you'll see 2.4 is the ongoing statewide estimate of the cost for indigent care. And that assumes that of the people who lose their Medi-Cal eligibility due to community engagement requirements, 33% of those folks come to counties and are eligible for care and or seek out care. That's an assumption we admit, but we think it's a realistic one of how many people may seek and be eligible for services. In terms of public hospitals in California are unique amongst Medi-Cal providers in that they self-finance the non-federal share of the Medi-Cal rates. So that puts, starting out, that puts pressure on public hospitals. H.R. 1 also makes a number of changes to Medicaid financing rules, particularly a tool called supplemental directed payments that public hospitals use to supplement low Medi-Cal managed care base rates. By limiting their ability to do that, it puts additional pressures on public hospitals. Public hospitals also face reduced federal reimbursement for the share of the emergency services they provide to folks who are undocumented. And so all those cost pressures are going to put enormous costs on public hospitals. And so part of our request is for $500 million in the budget year and $850 million in budget year 1 to stabilize the public hospital system to protect services. We acknowledge that rural hospitals, even before H.R. 1, were under a lot of pressure, and that will be exacerbated by people losing Medi-Cal coverage, but still, in some cases, seeking services through emergency departments. The H.R. 1 included Federal Rural Health Transformation Fund. Unfortunately, that funding is not basic funds to keep the lights on in rural hospitals. That is really about system transformation, and so doesn't address the underlying financial pressures that small hospitals are facing in rural areas. Our budget request also includes a request for funding related to the county eligibility workforce. So there will be additional responsibilities implementing the community engagement requirements, doing 6-month redeterminations in Medi-Cal. In CalFresh, the state has had a statewide ABOD waiver. That's the work requirements in CalFresh. That will be going away, and so there'll be additional workload to enforce those work requirements in CalFresh. In total, our partners at the County Welfare Directors Association estimate that will require about 2,500 eligibility workers statewide. And you can see here the anticipated costs from those for Medi-Cal and CalFresh, totaling $373 million in the budget year and $402 million in budget year plus 1. We are also, as part of this, requesting a couple of flexibilities from the state. The first is a waiver of the county share of cost match waiver, essentially freezing county contributions at the 24-25 level to allow counties to continue to draw down federal and state dollars for CalFresh admin. And then a hold harmless for CalFresh penalties. These are the pre-ACA penalties that counties could face based on the accuracy of CalFresh determinations. This is separate from the H.R. 1 provision that shifts benefit costs to the state and counties based on the payment error rate. So that's a separate issue. This is a more narrow request for flexibility from the state. We also anticipate impacts to county behavioral health programs as people lose their Medi-Cal eligibility. Those who were previously receiving services either through county specialty mental health programs or through Medi-Cal managed care may seek out services from the counties if they lack another source of coverage. And so we, working with the county behavioral health directors, estimated the cost for counties to continue to provide services to folks at the same rate that they were seeking them out from counties prior to losing Medi-Cal. It's about 27,000 people in the budget year, rising to 89,000 in the budget year plus 1. at an average cost per case, and this is an average statewide of about 10,000 person per year, that would be a cost to counties of $224 million in the budget year and $828 million in budget year plus one. So I will turn it over to Kimberly to discuss the next steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the next steps, and we thank Sacramento County, who's already sent in a letter regarding support for the county requests over the next couple of years. But we are asking for requests to date. And when I left the office, we had 20 of the 58 counties supporting the request and sending in letters to both the Assembly, the Senate, and obviously the governor. We are continuing to do meetings with our coalition partners, with the legislature, key members, key staff. And we're also asking that every board locally do meetings with their local legislative delegation to let them know the importance. We have an HR1 landing page on CSAC's website that has all of this information, including our February fact sheet, our multi-year budget request, fact sheet, and detailed analysis, and also template letters. We are doing presentations like this across the state. In fact, in a couple weeks, we have 4 in one day on Tuesday as board day. So we continue to do that. I want to emphasize that the numbers we went through, we made assumptions. And so as we move through into budget year plus one, if counties are choosing to cover more, then we're going to have to change those assumptions as we get more information. It's a living, breathing thing, particularly in budget year plus one, and we will make those adjustments, but we made assumptions of 33% as reasonable. If you look at our February fact sheet, the $9.5 billion assumes like everybody comes back to the lower end of only less than 33% come back. So we did a range, and we had to develop a request that was reasonable, recognizing the state's fiscal situation as well, but underlying the fact that counties need support and we need resources if we're all going to be successful in navigating this issue. So we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kimberly. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for the work you do at CSAC. All the years I've been here, we don't get a lot of presentations like this from CSAC, so I think this is very helpful, and I hope we can do more of this in the future. I hope we don't have to do more of this in the future. This is all I'm talking about. This is what the public's talking about. The people need to understand the devastation that is going to impact our communities. So I just wanted to say thank you for staying on top of it, working with Supervisor Desmond and county staff, and hope that if there's ever another bill out there that might address things like JPAs with homelessness, that you'll consider opposing those in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Yes, we've had extensive conversations with Supervisor Desmond and appreciate all of his support as we've moved through this process. That is why we are framing this issue as a structural issue with the budget. This is, again, I can't emphasize enough, this is not just a one-off issue. This is not a 1 year, we're asking for $20 million, $50 million. This is a structural part of the budget, second only to Prop 98, that needs to be solved. And that is how we're framing it with the administration and with our legislators. As Supervisor Mitchell, as a former Senate budget chair, she always used to say, the budget is a reflection of your priorities. And this needs to be a reflection of the state's priorities as we continue to move forward.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy, for really throwing down the gauntlet about CSAC opposing certain district legislation here that we're facing. But thank you, Kimberly and Brendan, for being here. Yes, just to echo what my colleague was saying, this affects everything else that we do, and it's the most important thing that we do. And you brought up at the beginning of the presentation about public safety. I mean, the pressure on our general funds for most counties, if not all counties, is going to affect public safety. Have there been any efforts to engage with the State Sheriff's Association about this issue, and are they weighing in?
We've had conversations and we continue to have conversations. They have not formally weighed in. But I will say to that point, Supervisor Desmond, there was over 1,700 bills introduced just this year in the legislature. And as we're combing through those bills, with CSAC and with our affiliates. We're reminding everyone that every new cost in the aspect of HR1 is critical, and it's critically that we can't handle that. So we are, in terms of what our advocacy efforts are, we're framing the entire narrative as HR1 is going to affect everything. So anything that's going to add new costs to counties is insurmountable almost in years like this. So it is affecting everything, but we are in direct conversations with those organizations about public safety.
Great. And I appreciate that you continue to have the regular meetings. I was told by UCC that there's one actually this afternoon with all the county family. So I appreciate it. I think it was really important that I think kind of some of the associations slowed things down, and CSAC maybe had to move a little quicker to kind of meet in the middle to make sure we were all aligned, because I think that really sends a powerful message and is very influential. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for your leadership, Alicia, and thank you for the presentation, Kimberly and Brendan.
Supervisor Rodriguez, before we end, could I just ask Siobhan maybe to go over some of the numbers as it affects the county of Sacramento specifically, please? Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you to CSAC for that setup. We've been to you, both Director Lutz and Director Dye have been to you with certain numbers that we're estimating. We wanted to give you just the update. We're estimating that about 50,000 people locally will lose Medi-Cal as a result of not being able to meet the community engagement requirements, that 80,000 will lose CalFresh as a result of new regulations or having unsatisfactory immigration status, and this will result in about $50 million to the general fund in year one with a ramp up over time. I also wanted to just mention that Tim Lutz did testify last night at a Senate budget hearing about HR1, and Alicia will continue to work with you and your schedules so that we can speak to our delegation, and just appreciate the discussion about the downstream impacts that a general fund hit like this will have on things such as child welfare, public health, public safety, all of those things. So thank you for the opportunity, and both Tim and Ethan are here today if you have any specific questions.
Supervisor Desmond.
Just one quick question. You mentioned those with unsatisfactory immigration status. Does that include the amount of refugees and asylees that actually are here legally that are going to be losing those CalFresh benefits?
Yeah,
Does that
I'll
include that
ask
figure?
Director Dye to talk about the new updates.
Because they're two separate categories,
Yes.
obviously.
I'm vertically challenged.
Keep going.
Good afternoon, Chair Rodriguez, and members of the board. Ethan Dye, Director for the Department of Human Assistance. Under CalFresh, there are changes to immigration status. So folks who used to be here under a what we call a my brain has just forgot the words. Satisfactory immigration status are now considered in a non-satisfactory immigration status. So refugees, asylees, parolees. There are some folks from the Ukraine, depending when they got here, how they got here, Afghan refugees, SIVs. So there is a large schematic of under what group an individual came in on, whether they remain eligible or not.
Okay. And was that a state interpretation of taking the group that were previously satisfactory immigration status and lumping them, or was that all federal government?
This is federal.
It's all federal. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ethan.
All right. So that was no action. Next item, please.
The next item on our agenda is 48, Board to consider nominations. And all right, the following board nominations are going to be continued to April 28th, 2026. Those include the Adult and Aging Commission, Cemetery Advisory Commission, County Planning Commission, Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council, Sacramento County Youth Commission, Sheriff Community Review Commission, Veterans Advisory Commission, and the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. And this next set of bodies will be continued to May 12th, 2026. Those include the Asset Appeals Board, the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation Citizens Advisory Committee, the Carmichael Recreation and Park District, County Service Area 4C Delta, Disability Advisory Commission, Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council, Health and Human Services Coordinating Council, and the Sacramento County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. And for today's items, first we have the Carmichael Community Planning Advisory Council. There is one District 3 nomination.
Please continue to April 28th.
Continuing to April 28th. Thank you. Next, we have the Civil Service Commission. There is one District 4 nomination.
Please reappoint Stephen Booth.
Stephen Booth. Thank you. And next, we have the Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council. There are 5 seats in total, 2 District 3 nominations.
Please continue to May 19th.
Thank you. And 3 District 5 nominations.
Unless you have something different, let's go to May 19th as well.
May 19th?
Sure.
All right. Well,
I don't have my vote sheet.
Oh, certainly. Then, yes. Why don't we go with April 28th for yours?
Let's go April 28th then. I like that.
Works for me. Thank you, sir. And then we have the County Service Area 4B Slough House, Wilton, Cosumnes. There are 3 seats, 1 District 4 nomination.
Please continue to April 28th.
Thank you. And 2 District 5 nominations.
April 28th was a good date last time.
I think that works. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And then we have the In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee. There are 9 seats.
Chiefs recommend continuing it says the remainder to April 28th, but I don't have.
I think that's all of them, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll continue those to April 28th. Then we have the Sacramento County Behavioral Youth Advisory Board. There are 4 seats, 1 District 1 nomination, and District 1 has let us know that they would like to continue this to May 12th. There is 1 District 2 nomination.
Please nominate Jalen Hill.
Jalen Hill, thank you. 1 District 3 nomination.
Please continue to April 28th.
April 28th, thank you. And 1 District 4 nomination.
Please continue to April 28th.
Thank you. And that will conclude our nominations for today, which brings us to item 49 on our agenda, County Executive Comments.
Thank you, Todd. No comments today, but thank you for your time and attention today. I appreciate it.
Okay.
And then item 50, Supervisor Comments, Reports, and Announcements.
I have nobody in the queue, so I just want to say a very 100th birthday to Ted Mitchell, who is a resident of Citrus Heights, and his family played a role in the area's early agricultural history. And for the first time, Sacramento County School has placed first place in the 2026 California Academic Decathlon in Santa Clara, so congratulations to Folsom High School, and that is it.
All right.
Oh, yes, we have 1 adjournment. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to adjourn in memory today of Howard Lawrence, who passed away on March 12th, 2026 at the age of 83. Some of you may remember the name, and we saw him in chambers many, many times with SAC Act. For more than 3 decades, Howard was deeply rooted in community work through Sacramento area congregations together. He was a leader who didn't seek attention, but quietly and consistently helped bring people together to move important work forward. Whether serving on the board or stepping into leadership when needed, he showed what it looks like to lead with purpose and commitment. Howard believed that real change starts with people. He understood that lasting progress is built through trust, through listening, and through showing up over time. He had a way of helping individuals recognize their own voice and their own ability to make a difference. That approach helped shape efforts that have reached far beyond Sacramento, including work that continues to impact students, families, and schools across the country. Grounded in his faith, Howard dedicated his life to improving systems and addressing inequities. He worked alongside residents, faith communities, and local leaders to push for solutions that were not only effective, but rooted in relationships. And I can attest to that because I sat across the table many times from Howard, and he had a twinkle in his eye, but he was very resolute, and he held your feet to the fire. His legacy is not just in the programs he helped build, but in the people he empowered along the way. That impact will continue for generations. We extend our heartfelt condolences to his wife, Cynthia, and to all of his family, friends, and colleagues who are grieving this loss. With that, I ask, Madam Chair, that this meeting of the Board of Supervisors be adjourned in memory of Howard Lawrence.
Thank you. Yeah, Howard Lawrence was, I feel like I haven't been here that long, but I've had several meetings with him, and I do respect the legacy that he has left behind. So we will adjourn today in memory of Howard Lawrence.